bá jí lówùúrọ̀ kùtùkùtù máa dórí mi mú. Bàbá mo dúpẹ́ o, bàbá mo dúpẹ́ o, bàbá mo dúpẹ́ o, bàbá mo dúpẹ́. Jí lówùúrọ̀ kùtùkùtù máa dò orí ló ní ṣe mo ṣoríire o ẹlẹ́dá mi mo dúpẹ́ o. Bàbá mo dúpẹ́ o, mo dúpẹ́ o, mo dúpẹ́.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand up to honor the celebrant as he's coming into the hall. Oh yeah, something. children, please come forward. Please join the foremost row. Children and the siblings, please. You must take a very prime position to be able to witness the honors that will be done to your dad today. Distinguished guests, we are slightly behind time. Can we start the program? And if you look at the paper you have, I think as people of God, we should start this event by calling on God. And it's my pleasure to invite one of our MVPs in the college, in person of a consultant pediatric surgeon, Dr. Taiwo Lawal, to give us the opening prayer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MC. A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghayril maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all praises and thanks are due to Allah, the Lord of mankind, the Lord of all of creation, and indeed the Lord of all that exists. We thank you for the life of our father, Rasheed Ajani Bakare. We thank him for making him a gift for the College of Medicine, for the University of Ibadan, and for the University College Hospital. We thank you for making him a gift for mankind, for he has served the nation of Nigeria over these past several decades. We thank you for the life he has lived. We thank you for making him a husband, a father, a grandfather to many, both biologic and non-biologic. We thank you for making him a worthy mentor to countless many of whom are here today, and some of whom will join us virtually. We thank you for the life he has lived up to this day of 10. We thank you for making him an example that many of us aspire to be like. We thank you most especially for making him that man that has decided to lighten the path of others, so they will not be in darkness, but will be enlightened, both academically and otherwise. Oh Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, owner of the day of recompense, you alone will worship, and you alone will ask for help. Guide us on the right path. And as our father retires from the Tripod Institution today, he's not stopping work. He's just retiring from active service. We pray that you shall continue to guide him, direct his affairs, make him closer to you, make him more steadfast, make him able to fulfill the mission that you have asked him to fulfill on the surface of the earth. Grant him many more fruitful years. For as he finishes this first phase of his career, he is now an emeritus. He will still continue to give to the College of Medicine. He will still continue to give to the University of Ibadan. And he shall still continue to give to the University College Hospital. Our Father is not leaving us. He's still going to be here for many years. Oh Allah, give him the strength, give him the health, give him the grace, for he shall continue to give unto this nation. Oh Allah, please guide us on the right path, the path of those whom you are pleased with, and not the path of those that hand your wrath. Oh Allah, guide us throughout this program, that we shall have a successful event, and at the end of it all, grant each of us journey mercies to our respective destination. We have here people who have come as far as Gombe, people who have come from Abuja, people who have come from Port Harcourt, people who have come from all corners of Nigeria, and some from outside Nigeria. Oh Allah, please grant them journey mercies to their respective destination. And above all, let this program be an inspiration. Let this program be an inspiration for countless others, so that we shall all aspire to be great mentors who shall reproduce ourselves as Rasheed Ajani Bakare has done. Amen.
Well, I used to joke with my friend and brother here that he's an Afa when the Afas are not at home. But I've seen today that is even an Afa even when the Afas are at home. Thank you very much, Dr. Lawal, for the opening prayer. It's time to get our dignitaries to the high table. Today, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, we are honoring a very distinguished professor of medicine, professor of medical microbiology, a mentor of unquantifiable quality, a distinguished father. Personally, I've been a son to this very distinguished person since I was a medical student. He has been my father since then, and that is why when people came here today and they saw me in the Egbe Joda, they are asking if I'm a member of the microbiology department. I'm a member of the department almost physically and also in spirit. He's our Baba. We have no other choice than to honor him. And we're going to ensure that what we do together today is to honor this great man. We will try as much as possible not to make this an exercise in endurance. We'll make sure that you don't get tired, you don't get bored. It's going to be exciting for every one of us. So in the name of the organizers, I would like to welcome all of you to this program in honor of Professor Rasheed Ajani Bakare. Please welcome. Of course, we have, everybody here is important. In actual fact, if I just put only the few people that I'm going to put on that side of the hall, if I put only their number there, and they are the only people here, in fact, there will be no ceremony. There will only be what you can call a clown show. But because we are all here, that is why we can call what we are doing today a ceremony. So I would like to assure every one of us that starting from me, we are all important dignitaries, and this program is running because we are all here. Please let's give all ourselves a resounding round of applause. I'm sure somebody will come and give proper vote of thanks, but I would like to thank you at this point for turning out to honor Professor Bakare. Okay, but the VC is not here, and he has no representative. Okay. 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 I would like to start inviting the guests to the high table by recognizing the chairman of today's occasion. The chairman is a very distinguished academic, a very nationally and internationally recognized virologist whose contribution to the field of virology is difficult for any individual to quantify. He was a very prime person in the fight against COVID, and I have the honor of inviting one of our great teachers in Ibadan. He left Ibadan and has been doing many, many great things in other places after he left Ibadan. He might have retired from Ibadan, but he was clearly not tired, and the nation had continued to benefit from his academic progress and his deep knowledge of the viruses. So it's my honor, sir, to welcome the chairman of today's occasion, Professor Oyewale Tomori. Please, ushers. I think Professor Oyewale Tomori can be rightly described as the father of virology in this country today. Thank you very much, sir, for all you do to make all of us safe. Unfortunately, the Vice Chancellor, who I would have loved to call next, is said to be on national assignment, and we are still expecting his representatives. But as soon as he comes into the audience, I will recognize him. The next person is the Provost of the College of Medicine, a very distinguished academic in her own right, a very consequential person, the first female Provost of the UI College of Medicine since inception, and the first female Professor of Psychiatry in Nigeria. Please welcome Professor Olayinka Omigbodu. And of course, like my brother, Dr. Falabu would like to say, College of Medicine UI is part of a Siamese twin, an unseparated Siamese twin. And the other part of that Siamese twin is the University College Hospital Ibadan. So it's also my great pleasure to invite to the high table the Chief Medical Director of the University College Hospital Ibadan, Professor J.C. Abiodun Otegbayo, who is ably represented here today by the Chairman Medical Advisory Committee and Director of Clinical Services, Research and Training, Dr. Abiodun Adeoye. Pastor, how is today going to be? Thank you, sir. Of course, we have invited another very important person to come and give us the guest lecture. Today's guest lecturer is a professor of medical microbiology and a consultant clinical microbiology at the University of Port Harcourt and the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital. It's no other person than Professor Orikomaba Obunge. Professor Obunge, please, you're welcome to the high table. He's going to be talking to us about the past, present, and the future management of sexually transmitted infections in Nigeria. I hope you all come with your jotters, because I'm sure there will be a lot to learn from him. I also have in our midst the Dean of the Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Oyerunke Odunola. Professor Odunola, please welcome to the high table. Thank you very much. She has in fact settled herself before I invited her. Thank you very much. That's what they call proactiveness. And of course, I understand that the representative of the Vice Chancellor and also the Deputy Vice Chancellor is already in the audience. So I would like, is the Dean of the Faculty of Sciences, University of Ibadan. I would like to welcome Professor Bakare to the high table. Professor Bakare is the representative of the VC and the representative of the Deputy VC. You're welcome, sir. Ushers. I've been tutored this morning that when we organize a program in the college, the principal officers of the college must have designated tables, chairs. And I would like, therefore, to invite the Deputy Provost, popularly called DP by me, a very distinguished professor of physiotherapy, very cerebral academic, and one of my friends. I don't have many, but I count him as one. so I would like to invite Professor Fatai Adeni to please join the provost at the high table. Yes, please. As you can see, what I describe as the high table is virtually filled. Things already filled. But that does not mean that there are not very many big and important personalities in the audience who I would like to recognize briefly. I see we are used to hearing First Lady, but I think we should start thinking about First Man too. So the first man of the College of Medicine, Professor Akinka Omigbodo. You're welcome, sir. You will permit me, again, like my friends, my eyesight are also not very good. So I cannot immediately see you in the audience, but I have a list here. So I'm going to be calling in the order in which they are written for me, not necessarily in the order of importance. So if I skip your name at a point and you think you're more important than the person that I'm calling, please pardon me in advance. Of course, we have the Celebrant's classmates from the popular Abeokuta Grammar School in the audience. We have people from Abeokuta Grammar School Old Boys Association. Please stand up as a group for recognition. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you very much, sir. And I understand that the President General is also here. He just told me the name. He didn't put a title. He didn't put a chief or alaji or pastor or reverend or professor. Please welcome Mr. Oduton. I think that always works. Hi, Chief Oduton. He is a global president of the Abeokuta Grammar School Old Boys Association. I suspected this a very high person when he came into the audience, and some of the very much older person that he was greeting were bowing down for him. I know they are not bowing down for his age, but his station. You are welcome, sir. And we also have in the audience a former provost of the College of Medicine, College of Health Sciences, Aladoke Akintola University of Technology, Professor Samuel S. Taiwo. Professor Taiwo, you're welcome. We also have in the audience Dr. Bamidele Mutiu, Director, Lagos State Biobank. Please, you're welcome. We also have in the audience the Provost of the College of Medicine, Gombe State University, Professor Mahmoud Manga. He flew in all the way from Gombe to honor Professor Bakare. President, College of Nigerian Pathologists, Dr. Uwam Eze. Of course, like I said, pardon the protocol mashup, because I'm just seeing these names. We have a former chief medical director of this hospital and a very distinguished senior professor of obstetrics and gynecology at the College of Medicine of the University of Ibadan, Professor Abiodun Ilesoni. You are welcome, sir. Also have in the audience the head of surgery, a distinguished orthopedic surgeon. I'm too small to call him my personal orthopedic surgeon because, but anytime I have an orthopedic problem, either myself or my family, I look out for him. And he's been very gracious to always assist. I'd like to welcome Professor Ogunlade. Again, I should have recognized the Dean of the Faculty of Clinical Sciences, Professor Ogundiran, Professor Midai Ogundiran. Welcome, sir. Professor Mrs. Ewete, please, you're welcome, sir. Members of the Recreation Club Ibadan, members of the Senior Staff Club, University of Ibadan, the Palace, especially the Palace people, you are welcome, sir. The president of ASU, the chairman of the UI branch of ASU, is also here. I would like to welcome, you know, there are so many different names that people call these guys these days, but I don't want to get into that, okay? Some people call him Mafidipo Temole, but he's the chairman. UIASU just won a second-time election in landslide, Professor Ayola Akinwole. Of course, he's accompanied by very distinguished ASU leaders. I cannot recognize anybody, you pardon me, but I can recognize my brother, Sheikh Ustaz Femi Akeula, who is the financial secretary of the union. And all other members who are with Professor Akinwole, please, you're welcome. I also recognize in the audience the chairman of the Nigerian Medical Association, Afa Jamiu, Dr. Wale Lasisi. Where are you? The president of Medical and Dental Consultant Association of Nigeria, Dr. Victor Olojukumu Olamakanjuola. We also recognize Dr. F.A.B. Adeyemi Doro. You're welcome, sir. Of course, the head of obstetrics and gynecology is also here, Professor Okunlola. Please, you're welcome, sir. A distinguished pediatric pulmonologist, former head of pediatrics department, Professor A.G. Falade. Professor Falade. We also have, of course, I've recognized Chief Sunday Odunton, the global president. Professor of Hematology, Professor John Olaniyi. Okay. Professor L.B. Taiwo from all the way from OAU. You're welcome, sir. Professor, the head of nuclear medicine. Okay, sir. The head of nuclear medicine, Professor Adedapo, of the Department of Nuclear Medicine. Of course, there was, again, a protocol mishmash. I have the honor, the chief host, the Baba Saleh of this entire program, the commander-in-chief, the man who put it together. We are all doing this in his name. Is the head of, the present head of Department of Microbiology and Parasitology, Professor Adiremi Kainde. Bakare Ataduni. Yes, we also have in the midst our college secretary. Okay. The college secretary, Barrister Akin Agbaje, please. Of course, there are so very many people here, but I do not think that we should spend all our time on mentioning individuals. Of course, people will say, why did you mention some if you are not going to mention everybody? But I'm sure everybody here will recognize that if we keep doing this, this is all that we will do today. Because everybody here, there are very many big people here. And I don't want us to get lost doing this for the rest of the day. I have a long list here. You have all been recognized. I have your name here. When I have the opportunity, I will still call a few people. What's her name? Okay. Okay, because as a staff in the college, I don't want to get a query for just being an MC. The FC is here, the financial controller of the college, who is representing the bossa. Please welcome the FC. Thank you very much, ma'am. And as we were talking, a very close friend of the celebrant, a distinguished professor of obstetrics and gynecology, former dean of Faculty of Clinical Sciences, former provost of the College of Medicine, former vice chancellor of the University of Ibadan, and former minister of health. And our current father, at least that's something that will not be former. Okay? Professor Isaac Adewale, you are welcome, sir. There are a lot of things that you retire from, but you don't retire from being father to your children. So you will never be former father to us. You are welcome, sir. Okay, they said another very distinguished friend of the celebrant is in the house, Professor Olurotimi Tayo, who is the former VC of the Caleb University. Professor Tayo, you are welcome, sir. So, I think, yes, of course, finally, I would like to recognize, because like they say, there is no success without successor. Professor Bakare has had a very distinguished career in the academics, and I also say that he had a distinguished career as a father, and his children are here to attest to that. So I would like to recognize Professor Bakare's children, okay, to be led by one of his sons, a barrister, Ayobami Dele Oluwaseun Bakare. Agbada Ipoju. But tó bá ṣe mi ni wọ́n tó bá ṣe bàbá mi náà ló ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. In fact, agbada méjì mi àwọ̀. Please, the rest can get up, stand up for recognition. These are all his other children and wife. You're welcome. Where is the lady? She stepped out. That is Baba's daughter that the whole of UCH know. You are all welcome. And we thank you very much for what you did for Baba yesterday. We all appreciate it. We pray that your own children will honor you even more than that. Thank you very much. So we will just go straight to, this is Nigeria. We are patriots. We love our country. There might be challenges, but there are things that we have all received from this country. I know you might not have fuel, or you might not have currency, cash, a lot of problem, okay? Even you might not have been able to collect your PVC. But at least let's recognize that this is one country in the world where we don't need to go and queue to collect its passports. Even that is a problem, isn't it? But at least you can get a passport. Nobody will ask you whether your daddy was born here or not. So we're going to have a national anthem, but not before I recognize. Of course, my people will say, and they also say, Prof. Bakare is successful in all that he did because, like they say, behind now, I remember, I think the provost corrected us one day, he's not more behind. He's beside a very successful man. There is an equally very successful woman. She's already here. I don't need to ask her to come out. But please, let's give a round of applause for this mama. Mama is Baba's essay note. We know that very well. We know that probably more than Baba himself knows. Thank you very much, ma. Every time we go to his house, Mama is our host, who cook for us. And we usually go in group. Abi Taiwo Lawal. And we eat plenty of food. Thank you very much, ma, for every time. Emma Jekurenyi, Ashimbo Lodu, you know, like Barolo. Advanced warning. So we're going to do the national anthem. Please, let's stand up to recognize our country and sing the national anthem. Thank you very much. We had the national anthem, the anthem of the University of Ibadan, and the anthem of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, all in quick succession. I think it was a good exercise. I know we don't know all the songs, but at least the one that we knew, we followed it. To further extend my recognition, I know there are many distinguished professors and academic teachers here, but I will just recognize Professor Wura Shokunbi as a representative of all of them. You are welcome, ma. Very many administrators here. I would like to recognize Dr. Michael Obaru, DCMAC, UCH as a representative of all of them. Very many friends and families of the celebrant here. I would like to recognize Professor and Mrs. Malik as a representative of all of them. Please, you are welcome, ma. And of course, very many students of Professor Bakare, present, past, and maybe future students here. Yes, I know. This is the kind of timekeeper you like when you are running against time. The next thing on the agenda is the welcome address by, like I said, the Commander-in-Chief of this event, the head of Department of Medical Microbiology and Parasitology, Baba in his own right, Professor Aderemi Kinde. Welcome address, sir. Baba.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hereby recognize the chairman of this occasion, Professor Oyewale Tomori. You are welcome, sir. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, who is ably represented at this event by Professor Kunle Bakare. He is also representing the DVC Acad. You are welcome, sir. The Provost of our College of Medicine and the first female Provost in the college, Professor Umibodun. You are welcome, ma'am. I recognize the Chief Medical Director, ably represented by the CMAC, Dr. Adioye. You are welcome, sir. The guest speaker of today is senior colleague, Professor Obunge, who flew in from Port Harcourt to honor this event. You are welcome, sir. The dean of my faculty, that is Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Oyeronke Odunla. You are welcome, ma'am. All my teachers that are in this hall, there are many, so I will not be able to recognize each one of them one by one. The celebrant of today, Professor Rasheed Ajani Bakare. This is your day, sir. I congratulate you, sir. I think I can call Professor Bakare now Ogabeki. Ogabeki, congratulations once more, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all here to celebrate our teacher, mentor, and scholar, Professor Rasheed Ajani Bakare, on this day of his 70th birthday and retirement from the services of the University of Ibadan, and also from the services of University College Hospital. Of more importance, Ogabeki stayed behind when our other leaders left for greener pastures abroad. By this singular act, he was able to stabilize the Department of Medical Microbiology and Parasitology. Thank you very much, sir. has contributed significantly to the growth and upliftment of the department through infrastructural development and staff training. All these have placed our department in high esteem within the university and also within the hospital. I don't want to bother you with what Oga Beki has been able to achieve in the department, in the university, and also in the hospital. There are a lot of testimonies to all this, and his mentees are all over the place, both within and outside the country. Thank you for these unique opportunities, sir. Thank you, sir. On behalf of staff and students of our department, both in the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, and University Teaching Hospital, I congratulate you, sir, and I wish you happy birthday and a fruitful retirement period. Thank you very much.
Kì í dùn kó pọ̀ ṣókí báyìí lọ́bẹ̀ oge ẹ ṣé gbogbo yín lẹ́gbàá yìí wà nínú Yorùbá. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, HOD. One of the best recognitions in life is peer recognitions. When your people acknowledge that you are a good person, because they are the ones who knows you best. So we had a testimony, so to say, from the head of microbiology, where Prof. Bakare discharged all his services to the University of Ibadan. I will quickly recognize few individuals. Well, I should recognize the contingent from Lagos. The Lagos contingent, please stand up for recognition, for a round of applause. Lagos contingent. Ẹ̀yin tèkó nìyẹn. Ṣé ẹ̀ ń sanwó Olú ni àbẹ́ ẹ̀ ń sanwó Èkó? Lasucom. Okay, Prof. Bakare did a sabbatical at Lasucom, so I think they've come to pay homage. Ably led by Professor Joseph Olagunju, the Dean of the Postgraduate College, Lagos University. You're welcome, sir. We also have the former Dean of the Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences. That's very important. That's the Faculty of Prof. Bakare, Professor S.B. Olaleye. Mori. We also have the Director of Administration of the hospital. No, don't let's say it here. We'll say it among ourselves. Mr. Oladejo, Director of Administration, University College Hospital. I've known Mr. Oladejo for a long time, but I don't know, so that's why I hesitated. They said his initial is SB. So I'm wondering if that is correct. Is that correct? Thank you. Because I wrote SB and I was like, I've never known him as an SB Oladejo. You're welcome, sir. And then, of course, another very close friend. You know the way Yoruba say, Ore Yore. Báwo la ṣe máa ń parí ẹ̀? Ẹ̀yin lẹ sọ o. Wọ́n ní ọ̀rẹ́ Yore akóbá ni méjì yàrá wọn. Prof's very close friend, Professor Femi Ogunbi, Department of Pathology. Bàbá ìdílé kan rí yín o. You are welcome, sir. And of course, his wife, who is in her own right, the head of the Department of Medicine, also Professor Ogunbi. You are welcome back. So it's time for us to hear from the chairman. Again, he is worthy of somebody we should probably give his own citation here, because his contribution to knowledge in the field of virology is substantial. So it's my honor to welcome another father, Professor Oyewale Tomori, to give his chairman's address. You're welcome, sir.
We're the same height. The head of the Department of Medical Microbiology has done the protocol for me, so they saved me a lot of what else to say. But if you notice also that the head of the department, myself, and the MC, we measure about the same height. So our speeches will be short. But mine will be 1 inch shorter, taller than that of the head of the department. But I think I'm taller than him by half an inch. The man we are celebrating today is Rasheed Ajani Bakare. And so all the talk should be about him. Let me tell you what happened to me. Maybe you think age is catching up on me. On the 6th of January, I was here for this celebration. You won't believe. I came here, the door was locked. I said, where is everybody? Then I looked at the calendar, I found it was 6th of February. So you see how eager I am to have been here. So I've waited this 1 month to be here. The second point that I wanted to make, as all of you are looking at me, why is this man wearing mask at this time? He's the only one. I think there's one other person. You know, a paper came out yesterday. If I tell you what it is, I will have removed my mask. He said the people who are wearing masks are the unattractive people. And that because, for one reason, it's easier for them to put on and cover their unattractiveness. The only part of me that is attractive is my forehead. That's why I could not cover it. So today, if I'm wearing my mask, there are reasons why I'm doing that one. I think those of us, so now you can go and check. It's written that the unattractive people are attracted by masks. Rasheed is a person I have a lot of respect for. He's an astute academician. He's a very prolific professor. He's a consummate consultant. But even more important than that, he's a meticulous microbiologist. And when you put all that together, you know the reason why we're celebrating him. He was on the same committee with us, our group, the MIACOC, that was advising the government about COVID. He took charge of the laboratory component of it, provided very good advice to a government that doesn't listen to advice. And that's the truth. And many of us wanted to actually get out of that committee and then told them, no, it wasn't the minister that appointed us. It was the people of Nigeria that appointed us. And they are the one we're serving. So whether they listen or not, we keep talking for the sake of the people of Nigeria. And that's the kind of caliber he is. The people who believe in what they are doing, who stand by what they are doing, who work meticulously. And the caliber of people who have come here today, different aspects of people, shows the kind of person he is. He's a man of all seasons, a man of all people, a man that mixes with every different groups. And that's why we have been friends. But more importantly, I think the fact that he and I have the same month, I'm older than him, we have the same birthday month, so how we are together in the way we behave. Rasheed Ajani, I want to thank you for who you are. Please sit down. I want to really say I admire you. And in presence of everybody here, I want to say you are my hero in one way on the things that you do. Thank you very much for being what you are doing. And thank you and all of you for coming to honor him.
Thank you very much, sir. Again, a very moving speech from an academic about another academic, from a friend about his friend, from a co-worker about his co-worker. We thank you very much for the speech, sir. Have in the audience some people, this is personal, so please permit me. They are my brothers. If I don't mention them, next time I go to them, they will discipline me. So I will have to quickly mention them. But as you know, Professor Shinolado, Professor Obunge, please. Where are you, sir? You are welcome, sir. I can see your hand, sir. You are welcome, sir. And of course, my very senior Egbon, Professor Fatai Ifeyintola. He will say it gently, but it will still be painful, still. And then, of course, the king of boys, former dean of the Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, Professor George Ademowo. Sir. We also have in the audience Professor Sungbade. Professor Sungbade, you're welcome, sir. South Atlanta Loni. Well done, sir. Professor Niyi Togun. Professor Akinriwale, Department of Veterinary Surgery. You're all welcome, sir. The next thing on our agenda are goodwill messages from our dignitaries. And I would like to start by inviting the guest of honor, ably represented by the Dean of Faculty of Sciences, Professor Bakare, to come and give his goodwill message. Professor Kayode Adebowale, Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, ably represented by Professor Bakare. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Are we in the morning or? Oh, okay. Still in the morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I recognize the chairman of this occasion, the former president of the Nigeria Academy of Science, and the former vice chancellor of Redeemers University, Professor Iwali Tomori. You are well recognized, sir. I recognize the provost, College of Medicine, the deputy provost, and I could see in the audience our immediate past vice chancellor and former minister of health, under whose tenure I became a reader in the University of Ibadan. Good to see you, sir. Honestly, left to you, sir, I should be here. Prof thought I should be somewhere in the Department of Hematology. I remember very well, sir. You know, a very good thought on this part, but we thank God for his grace. The Dean of FBMS, Deans of Clinical Sciences, other Deans that are here, and the former Deans too, I recognize you all. Our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Orikomaba Obunge, you are well recognized. Families of Professor Bakare, you are well recognized. All former old students of Abeokuta Grammar School, if I'm very correct, you are well recognized. And all our colleagues from other universities in Nigeria, please pardon me, I don't have a particular order in which this protocol is. All former students, current mentees of Professor Ajani, you are all well recognized. I bring greetings from the Vice Chancellor and the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics. Honestly speaking, as I was coming this morning, all I had in my head was to come and represent the DVC ACAD. So it was when I got here that it became a double portion. So as we are speaking now, the Vice Chancellor and the DVCs, they are in a council meeting at the main campus, hence why they are not here. But they send their greeting, and I recognize the celebrant of the day, Professor Bakare, and his wife and his children. About 2 weeks ago, I was here when we had that of Professor Juliana Taiwo, if I'm correct, sir. And at that occasion, I was saying that I know the name of Professor Bakare, but I've never met him. As at that 2 weeks ago, that I'd never met him. that I know that name very well. In fact, there are times when my daughter gets somewhere and say, I'm Oyinkansola Bakare, they will say, which Bakare is your own? Is it Bakare of microbiology? His name always comes first before they mention my own. And sir, do you know that my father, my late father, is also R.A. Bakare? But interestingly, his own is Rasaki Adebayo Bakare. So I think I have something attached to you, sir. Today we are celebrating your 70th birthday and your retirement from the University of Ibadan. Yesterday, the Dean of the Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences posted a write-up on Prof on the university academic platform. I'm going to pick just 3 sentences from the 6-paragraph write-up that she posted there. In paragraph 3, she wrote, Professor Bakare, a seasoned teacher and researcher, has successfully supervised, mentored, and examined several PhD theses and postgraduate medical fellowship dissertation. I go to paragraph 4. Starting that paragraph, she also wrote, Professor Bakare meritoriously served the University of Ibadan in various capacities, including, then she listed as many positions that Prof had while he was in service. Then the 5th paragraph, she wrote again, Professor Bakare was a member of several learned professional bodies, including Nigerian Medical Association, and so on and so forth. I will stop there. I'm particularly fascinated by the second one that I read. Professor Bakare meritoriously, underlined, meritoriously served the University of Ibadan. That is an index of an Omoluabi, and which simply tells me that Prof was an Omoluabi throughout the period that he has served this university. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to be an Omoluabi. To be an Omoluabi, it means you do not do what many others are doing, which the society likes, so to say. As an Omoluabi, you are disciplined. You tell students, this is the way to go about it, that's the way to go about that. Many people have said it. He's very hardworking. He's still hardworking. I've read some of your papers, sir, despite the fact that I'm a zoologist. But I know you wrote several things that are of importance in public health. I want to congratulate you on behalf of the university. A big happy birthday to you, and we wish you success in your future endeavor. Prof, even though you are leaving the university now, please do not leave the system. I termed this season, because to me it's a season, being the dean of a faculty, I've had to pull out several professors in the last 1 year. They became 70 and they retired from the services of the university. And we've started again in January. Today is yours. On Wednesday, we are doing that of Professor Akoroda in the Faculty of Agric. And it is on and on like that. I keep on saying this thing. I'm happy that members of the society are here. At our level, we do a lot to sensitize the government, but I'm sure we need the assistance of the society. In the University of Ibadan, I'm happy Prof is here. What we met was a situation whereby you have, we take in staff without having to go through what we are going through today. It was such that if you go to Ife or you go to examine some candidates in Calabar and you saw one candidate that is very good and you think that candidate can be of value to the University of Ibadan, you simply come back, discuss with your dean, discuss with the vice chancellor, and before you know it, that person is absorbed. That's where we've been having it in those days. But now, I'm representing the VC, but as a dean, I know that there are departments now in the University of Ibadan where we don't have the lower cadres again. There's a department where everybody, they are all professors. And nowadays, professors will register 100-level students. Professors will do several things that we were not doing before. You see, if it were to be that, it would have been fine. But the fact remains that we are bleeding. The university is bleeding seriously in terms of the way our seniors are retiring. I will leave it like that so as not to go away from the job of the day. Prof, sir, I say once again, we celebrate you on your retirement from active service. We will always remember you for your numerous contributions to the growth of the University of Ibadan. And as you pulled out formally, I wish you many more years in good health, sound mind, prosperity, and abundant God blessing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Prof. We are grateful. I would quickly like to recognize a few people. 1, 2. Professor Iruka Okeke, Professor of Pharmaceutical Microbiology. You're welcome, where I say? Professor Okeke. You're welcome. Thank you very much, man. And of course, my deep apology to the chairman of MDCAN, Dr. Atinuke Fashola, who is ably represented by Dr. Sheyi Akonde. Dr. Sheyi Akonde, are you here? Representing the chairman of MDCAN UCH. All right, maybe he stepped out. Of course, it's time to invite the provost of the College of Medicine, Professor Olayinka Omigbodun, to give a goodwill message. You're welcome, ma. And you can see that our provost is a modern provost. You can see he's coming with a laptop. And it's an Apple.
The reason why is I'm trying to save paper. I'm trying to save paper. Paperless. You know, you spend so much money on buying paper, and it's been a struggle, particularly when there's no money to run the college. So as much as possible, I keep everything on my laptop. The chairman, Professor Oyewale Tomori, NNOM FAS. When I saw his name as chairman, I was a bit afraid, sir. You know, the last couple of times, there was a time there was a program, and I didn't wear my face mask, myself and the deputy provost, and it was being beamed around the world, and you gave us a big telling off. You said, how dare you come for this program without your face? So we quickly went to wear our face masks. Even the people who were singing, we all changed immediately. But it's always a delight to have you here. And I know that Professor Bakare specifically selected you. Maybe at some point we'll have you share some of the wonderful jokes that you have. And I know that you're also very passionate about Nigeria. And I wonder what your thoughts are about the present situation where we find ourselves. But it would be nice to know. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, Professor K.O. Adebowale, FAS, MMI, ably represented by Professor Bakare, my brother, the Dean of the Faculty of Science. The Chief Medical Director, Professor J.C. Abiodun Otegbayo, also ably represented by the CMAC, Dr. Adeoye. The Deputy Provost, my very capable, able Deputy Provost, Professor Ade Fatai Adeni. I must acknowledge former Provost of the College of Medicine, and I especially want to acknowledge Professor Isaac Folonsho Adewale, who has so many past that. Thank you so much. It's always a delight to see you, and thank you for all you're doing to build our institutions and make sure we are stable. I also must acknowledge Professor Akiyinka Omigbodun, also a past provost. The acting secretary to the college, Barrister Agbaje, I acknowledge you. The financial controller, acting Mrs. Adesonya, has returned to the finance department to make sure that money comes out. We've been having a serious problem with money because of the Admon software has not been working. So the whole of last week, we couldn't get money out of the college. So it's been a real problem. The medical librarian, deputy university librarian, Dr. Grace Ajunwo, I recognize you. The Dean, Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Odunwala, thank you so much. And thank you for the beautiful write-up about our Baba that you posted on so many groups. Wonderful. The Dean, Faculty of Clinical Sciences, Professor Tio Ogudinro. The Dean, Faculty of Public Health and Dentistry. And also, we must recognize our guest lecturer who has come all the way from Port Harcourt. Thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate you, and we're looking forward to a real banquet of wonderful things about STIs. I'm really excited to listen to you. Thank you so much. Past Chief Medical Directors, Professor Ilesomi, I think he was somewhere here. I must recognize the management of the UCH and must single out the chairman of ASU, Professor Akinwale. I don't know if you heard my co-comrade, sir. Where are you, sir? Oh, thank you so much. You know, you couldn't, I'm so excited to see you. Every time I see you, I'm excited. You know, but remember that time when you came to drive me out of this hall? And I'm a co-comrade. I'm even a bigger comrade than yourself. True. So, but I'm excited that you are here. You're a brother to me, and we are really doing a lot of things together. Thank you so much. And that also sends a signal. Sir, I have not seen the ASU chairman at any of the recent ceremonies in the college. Oh, you are a comrade like me. Oh. And of course, so thank you very much for coming, Dr. Victor Makonjola, my colleague in the world of mental health, the national president of MDCAN. Thank you so much for coming, and I know you are trying to get us a salary raise. I must also acknowledge Professor Wura Olashokumbi, a former past president of the Ibadan College of Medicine Alumni Association. She's also the queen of the girls. Ma, let them see your beautiful self. Your outfit is a little better than mine. You see, that's... But you see, she gets a neurosurgeon's housekeeping allowance. A neurosurgeon's housekeeping allowance is much better than that of a gynecologist. It's true. It's true. Thank you very much, Ma. I must acknowledge all directors, heads of departments, and I must single all our lecturers. We are working and smiling. Let us smile. Working and smiling with no salary for 8 months. Working and smiling with no salary. But thank God the ASU, we're going to strategize here. We have comrade. We're going to strategize. Things must change after this celebration. The head of Department of Microbiology and Pastology, Professor Aderemi Kehinde, the director of Infectious Disease Institute is also here, and I think he's been running all over the years. Thank you so much. God bless you. And of course, all staff of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, working and smiling while in the difficulties. We are working and we're smiling. You must be celebrated. I've titled this very short Goodwill message, Professor Rasheed Ajani Bakare, a fighter for the downtrodden and oppressed. Yeah. Professor Rasheed Ajani Bakare, a fighter for the downtrodden and oppressed. Yes, he fights, but he fights for a worthy cause. I have seen him fight for the truth. He fights when he believes in a cause, and he will tell you his mind. He does not hide. You know, many of us will hide and we do right. He will tell you as it is. And I think that is a very, very excellent virtue. You know exactly where you are with him. He does not pretend. If he's not happy with you, he will tell you, I'm not happy with you. If he wants this done, he will have it. So that's what we really appreciate you for that. A fighter for the downtrodden and oppressed. He's an institution builder. We heard what was said. When others left, I mean, there's nothing wrong with going to greener pastures. But you know, some people will stay behind because they have a different kind of vision. Many people are leaving the country now. I don't know, there are problems over there too, But even in the difficult times, he has stayed behind and he has built his institution, he has mentored, he has taught. And we have before us a great man who has built. We celebrate you. Another thing about him is that he wants to see others rise and excel. He wants to be, when he's fighting, he's not fighting for himself. He's fighting for the institution and he's fighting for other people. I'm quite close to one of his mentees. He has many. And we're going to release a write-up about Dr. Deola Fowotade right now. It's actually on the web already. And the thing she said, I am eternally, that's Deola coming, Abike as you fondly call her. I'm eternally grateful to my mentor, Professor Rasheed Ajani Bakare, for his continuous support towards my career. I'm grateful that I have made him proud of the efforts that he has invested in my career development. Adeola Fowotade. We've just placed it on the web. He openly campaigns for a cause. We are on the UCH consultants group, and there are a lot of things going. He doesn't hide, he's there. He openly campaigns for a cause he believes in, and he makes sure that he would provide enough information to ensure that things are done well. I remember the counsel and the advice that he gave me when I was campaigning to become provost. And he told me, he said, when you become provost, you must do this, you must do this. Sir, you remember, you must do this. I have done them, oh. Yeah, he said so. He says you will have my, he doesn't hide things. So as you move into a new season, I've been thinking, how can your gifts and talents translate into greater nation building at the center? I think you need to think about it. And I think you can also work in partnership with ASU. One of the things that the nation needs is people who will speak the truth fearlessly. You must also, I believe that you will be used like that to make sure that things that are happening, like things that were happening last week, don't happen again. Another aspect that we want you to work with ASU on is the issue of decentralization of employment. Now you are retiring, but you are not tired. To replace your slot may be another 4 years if we maintain status quo. There needs to be a system in place which ASU will work with, and with you and all of us who are comrades. As soon as you're transiting out, there must be a mechanism in place for the chief executive of the institution to be able to fill your slots and not go back to Abuja 100 times, wasting the resources of the institution to go and create another position. I think enough of that. It's so sad. We're talking about brain drain. People are leaving. If you want to replace a missing slot, you have to keep going up and down. So I think that is one other aspect. So another aspect that I want you to work on, using your gifts and talents, is that the government needs to realize that grantsmanship is business. I was so happy to see Professor Eruka Okeke walk into here. The grants that we get as lecturers cannot be kept in a place where we cannot access them. So I really want us to work with ASU. ASU, our grants must be moved out of a place where we cannot access them. And it's affecting the ranking of our institutions. So those are some of the areas we want to partner with, together with all of us who are comrades here. And then another aspect is, how can we use diasporas? We are saying that our many departments are empty. How can we use the diaspora to be able to teach? We can have a system whereby they teach online, or they come out 2 months, 1 month, 1 week. We need to start to be creative and innovative as we plan. And finally, how do we use our living legends? Our Baba is a living legend. His services and are needed in the College of Medicine, the University of Ibadan? What system can we put in place so that he doesn't just exit, but so that we can continue to enjoy the richness of his experience, years of service? These are some of the things that I believe that with ASU here, with Professor Bakare, a comrade, myself, a comrade, and of course our former minister, who is the biggest comrade of all here, all of us will work together to ensure these things. God bless you. God bless your beautiful wife who has stood by you all these years. God bless the children. God bless the College of Medicine. God bless University of Ibadan. God bless UCH, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Very passionately delivered. Another round of applause for our provost. My people say, "Intoman donini polorani." I think he spent that time to really brought out things that are very dear to our heart. The issue of grants money disappearing, not really, but cooling in TSA is a major issue that I think ASU and the university leaders should find a way to address. Thank you very much, Ma, for that very beautiful, passionate, and heart-eating speech. And I join you in, well, I wasn't excited like you when the ASU chairman came in. I was a bit apprehensive. But of course, knowing who the ASU chairman is, I know that he will always do the right thing. If this had been in breaking the strike, I know he would have come to disrupt it. Because basically, I mean, if you're going to be honest with ourselves, that is the duty of a union leadership, to ensure that if you're on a strike, the strike is properly observed. Because if you don't observe our strikes, then we create problem. It makes our strike weak. It makes the people that we are striking against believe that we are unserious, or that the strike does not enjoy the support of the people. So thank you very much, Chairman ASU, for all that you do. We know leadership is it's very problematic. Leading is, I don't know why people struggle to lead, because I know leadership is it's a lot of headache. Thank you very much, Provost Ma. Of course, like we said, the Siamese twin of the College of Medicine is the University College Hospital, Ibadan. I would like to invite our pastor, Dr. Mashood Abiodun Adioye, to come and deliver the Chief Medical Director's lecture. The Chief Medical Director, Professor Tegbayo, is unavoidably absent, but he has a very able representative. I notice everybody who has been coming, they will talk and then go and embrace Professor Bakare. I think you should embrace me first before.
Well, each time I want to attend occasion to represent my boss, and Provost will be there. When I come in and I see that he's not around, my heartbeat will reduce. But when he's there and I'm to speak after her, there will be a bit of tachycardia. But today, I have a normal heart rate, because there are two things that are binding us together today. One, we are celebrating a comrade, and we have in our midst the comrade ASU chairman is here, and Provost being a comrade, and I myself being a comrade. So everything will go very well here today. The chairman of the occasion, Professor Oyewole Tomori, the special guest of honor, the Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, Professor Kayode Adebowale, ably represented by Professor Bakare. The Provost, the Deputy Provost, my beloved mentor here, the past Vice Chancellor of University of Ibadan, a former minister. There was a time I attended a meeting like this, and by the time he finished the protocol, and I said it would take me years before I learn how to do protocol the way he did it that way. Prof, we cherish you, we celebrate you. Thank you. The past Chief Medical Director here, President Professor Ilesomi, I recognize you. The past CMAC, I can see Professor Mrs. Shokombi. The Director of Administration here, President Mr. Oladejo. The DCMAC. Yes, I am not the MC. I'm supposed to stand on the existing protocol. But there are some protocols you have to establish so that your mentors will not call you in later to say, why did you not do it? My mentor here from Lagos, Professor B.L. Salako, DG Naima, I recognize you. The deans, the HODs, the directors, the celebrant of today, I call him my daddy. Professor Rasheed, Abdul Rasheed, Bakare. The mentors here present, elders, teachers here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to represent my boss, the Chief Medical Director, Professor J.C. Abiodun Otegbayo, who is currently preparing for a commissioning of some projects in the hospital that's coming on later today. The Minister of Health will be commissioning the project, so he has to stay back to prepare very well. We are all here to celebrate an icon in the field of microbiology, a mentor to mentors, a teacher to teachers, who teaches and mentors with uncommon humility. Sir, I stand here to say that we celebrate you all the time because you tolerate everybody, irrespective of nationalities, your religion, or which part of the country one is from. Of special note, sir, I don't know the magic that you use in creating peace in the Department of Microbiology. It's just God. For some of us that work in the University College Hospital, we will understand what I mean here. Prof has that ability to calm every free nerves and make sure everybody works together. Because you respect everybody, whether you're a nurse, whether you're a laboratory scientist, whether you're a pathologist, you respect. And he makes sure that he will supervise your career growth. And that is a leader. We love you, sir. You are a great leader, and you are our daddy, you are our mentor. So on behalf of the Board of Management, management staffs and students of our institution, we congratulate you on the attainment of this age of 70 and the retirement today. We know you are not tired, and that is why we will still want you around. We will just pray that God Almighty will continue to sustain and direct your path, sir. You will live long and live well to reap the fruits of your labor. So happy birthday to you, sir. And I say happy retirement. From all of us, the University College Hospital, we say congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CMD, ably represented by the Chairman MEC. Thank you for your kind words about our Baba. I got a paper to recognize a few individuals, but first, I would like to welcome to the audience and recognize the Director General, Nigeria Institute of Medical Research, Yaba Lagos,
Professor of Medicine, and the President of the Usage Muslim Community Governing Council. He took over from Professor Bakare. Professor Bakare was the very first president of that council. And Professor Babatunde Lawal Salako is the second governing council. Please, Professor Salako, you are welcome, sir. And this is Fila. The other day I was asking him if he does not wear the Hausa Fila. He said he's a Yoruba man. He will always wear the Yoruba, so he has his style. No, nothing like Tinubu zone, but the style is still the same. It's still there. You're welcome, sir. We also have in our midst the former Deputy Provost, Professor Demloye. Professor Demloye, are you here? Yes, I can see your hand. You're welcome, ma. Thank you very much for your presence. And we'll also have distinguished Professor of Radiology, Professor Adeyinka. I want to know what I want to on the estate. How to be? We also have in our midst Professor of Ophthalmology, Professor Charles Becky Belle, and Professor of Pharmacology, Professor Botoshaw. You're welcome, ma. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. And finally, for this segment of the Goodwill messages, I would like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Oyeronke Odunola. You're welcome, ma. Like I was telling my friend, the CMAC, I'm the MC. I'm the one who is allowed to recognize guests here. So I would like to plead with other people who will be coming up to please, so that we don't waste too much time. Let's get straight to the messages. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, the MC, the chairman of this occasion, the Vice Chancellor and Deputy Vice Chancellor academic ably represented, my Provost, Professor Adewale, past Vice Chancellor and Provost of the College of Medicine, Professor Salakosa, past Provost, welcome, sir. My Provost, permit me to stand on the well-laid protocol, Our elders that are here seated, our guests from far and near, we welcome you to the College of Medicine. The celebrant of today, my own Egbon, and Mama Bakare. It is time to celebrate excellence. I have always admired Egbon for his word of wisdom and the leadership qualities since 1991 in the Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences. However, I had this very unique opportunity to get very close to him during the workshop on effective management skills at IMRAT in 2001. I made sure he noticed me that very day. And since then, I've been opportuned to draw from his wealth of knowledge and experience. There's never a dull moment with Egbon. Sir, we are going to miss your jokes, and we are going to miss your unique contributions at our faculty board meetings. Professor Bakare, the legendary Baba Kemta, Agba Ẹ̀sìn, Bawa, Ẹ̀gbá ọmọ Lísàbí, ọmọ Erin Jogún Ọlá, ẹrú ní sinmi, Èkó kì í síyàn, ẹ̀kọ́ kì í síyàn. Kò sóhun tí wọ́n ń ṣe ní Mọ́kà tẹ́ kì í ṣe lẹ́gbàá lákè yín. Wọ́n ń gàràfà ní Mọ́kà, ẹ̀yin ń golúmọ lẹ́gbàá tiyín. Ẹ̀gbọ́n, wọ́n bí yín láké, ẹ gbó lẹ́nu bíi jẹjẹ. Wọ́n bí yín ní Gbàgùrá, ẹ gbó lóhùn bí ọ̀jẹ̀. Ṣé bí ẹ̀yin lọmọ Olúmọ? Ẹ̀yin lọmọ Olúmọ. Ẹ̀yin lọmọ Olúmọ. Báwo ó yàyà ẹ̀yin ọmọ Olúmọ. Olúmọ. Àwa ọmọ Olúmọ. We pray for more grace for you in retirement. Ìgbà ọdún kan ni o.
A special request from the celebrant, but before I do that, I would like to thank our dean, who has also shown her singing prowess. Maybe we should appoint her as the Songito of this gathering. When she started singing our Moluma, and they all stood up and they're singing our Moluma, I was thinking that on my father's land, you know, people don't get respect. This is Ibadan now. Waiting. I'd like to invite the ASGOBA global members, but it's going to be short. I'm going to ask them to put up the mic if you don't listen to my directive. So you have 2 minutes to come and sing that song again. Please come forward. 2 minutes. Àwa lọmọ Olúmọ. Àwọn ẹgbà ẹ̀ ó yẹ̀yà àwọn ọmọ Olúmọ.
Thank you very much, sir. The chairman of the day.
Thank you. 2 minutes.
The chairman, Professor Tomori, please allow me to stand on the existing protocol. Professor Tomori, of course, is our in-law. Your youngest brother came all the way from Malaysia to marry one of us. So you are very much still our in-law. Thank you very much, sir. Briefly, before we sing our school anthem, let me first say that Professor Ajani Bakare was in our school from 1968 to 1972 for O level. Then he did his A level the year after that. Everything that the provost said about him, particularly when she said Professor Bakare is a fighter for the downtrodden. He learned all of that in Abeokuta Grammar School. Starting with our first student, our first indigenous principal, the late Reverend I.O. Ransom Kuti, and some of his seniors, Professor Likwe Ransom Kuti, Dr. Beck Ransom Kuti, who left our school in 1956, and of course, those who know Professor Fasliu Akesode, former VC, the late Professor Akesode, former VC, Lagos State University, one of our students, of course, Professor Akin Adeshola, and so many of them like that. And for those who are versed in physics and chemistry, you will know the Oyewole twins. Those are the people who taught us to fight for our corner, fight for our right, fight for others, and ensure justice and equity wherever we find ourselves. So thank you very much for this opportunity. We're going to sing our school anthem. Our school, of course, proudly so, is the oldest secondary school north of Lagos in Nigeria. Once you leave Lagos, Abeokuta Grammar School was founded in 1908. And of course, our alumni, what is called AGZOBA, Abeokuta Grammar School Old Boys Association, which is for boys and girls, that association was formed by Reverend Iratum Kuti, our first registered student, and it was done in July 1921, the oldest alumni in the history of Nigeria. So I will ask some of my seniors here to lead us in singing our school item. Yeah, Doctor, please come forward, sir.
Lord,
Thank you very much. Professor Bakare, thank you so much. Up school.
Thank
Thank you.
you very much. Thank you very much. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Inú mi dùn pé kò tiẹ̀ kì í ṣe orin Latin kan àbí nǹkan kan lọ́wọ́ kọ fún wa. Thank you very much, sir. So let's quickly move to this. Like I said, we don't want this to be an endurance impatient. Let's see how much of your time we can waste. So we'll go straight to the guest lecture. But before we invite the guest lecturer, I would like to invite Dr. Adetono Fayemiwo. Fayed, Èmi ò gbọ́dọ̀ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa ń pè é. So please, Dr. Fayemiwo. Fayemiwo. So come and give the citation of the guest lecturer.
Alábòsí ni ẹ́.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, you are all welcome to this occasion to celebrate my mentor and my academic father, Professor Rasheed Ajani Bakare. The chairman of the occasion, Professor Tomori, the guest of honor, Professor Kayode Adebowale, Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, ably represented by the Dean of Faculty of Science, Professor Agbaje, the Provost, College of Medicine, Professor Omigbodun, the CMD, Professor Otegbayo, ably represented by the CMAC, my supervisor and former Minister of Health, Professor Adewale, former Provost here present, former CMDs here present, deans of the faculties, head of departments, and I want to continue to stand on the existing protocol. I'll also hereby request our guest lecturer, Professor Orikomaba Obunge, to stand in front of the audience. Our guest lecturer is also here with his beautiful wife, who came down all the way from Port Harcourt. Madam, can you stand for recognition, please? Mrs. Obunge. Sit down. I would like to read the citation of the guest lecturer, who is also a guru in the field of medical microbiology and in the subspecialty of venereology. And I read, Orikomaba Obunge was born to Sir Ambassador Day and Lady Emma Obunge, both of Abonema, River State, Nigeria. He completed his primary education at the Anglo-American Schools, Stockholm, and proceeded to the United Kingdom. He started his school at St. Andrew Island and completed his second education at Brighton College, Brighton, England. His university education started at the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, where he studied biochemistry from 1976 to 1979. He proceeded to the University of Rome to study medicine and surgery from 1982 to 1989. In medical school, Professor Obunge obtained distinctions in various courses, earning him a degree in medicine and surgery with summa cum laude. He returned to Nigeria late 1989 and was accepted as lecturer 2 at the Department of Medical Microbiology and Parasitology of the University of Port Harcourt in 1991. He completed his fellowship in laboratory medicine, subspecialty medical microbiology in 1997, being the first to do so in that field at the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital. In 1966, on invitation from his mentor and MD supervisor, Professor Mario Coluzzi, he initiated a PhD program in public health, which he completed during his sabbatical leave in 2009. Professor Obunge, early in his career as a resident doctor, followed a path in reproductive health and venereology, while also actively contributing to the hospital services as clinical microbiologist. He has been a consultant to many organizations, including Crown Agents United Kingdom, Department for International Development United Kingdom, United States Agency for International Development USAID, Pathfinder International, Liverpool Associates in Tropical Health, Family Health International Research Triangle, USA, Society for Family Health, and World Health Organization. His consultancy activities resulted in significant contribution to the development of sexually transmitted infection and tuberculosis program in Nigeria. Professor Obunge has been a member of many state and national technical committees, chairman of the State STI Technical Working Group, chairman of the State Global Fund Project Committee, and a member of several national technical committees, including STI Technical Working Group, HIV Technical Working Group, HIV Research Policy Development Committee, National Tuberculosis Technical Working Group, and Viral Hemorrhagic Fever Steering Committee, amongst others. While on sabbatical in 2009, he was Director of Clinical Laboratory Services at the Institute of Human Virology, Nigeria, where he had oversight function over 98 laboratories all over Nigeria, offering free HIV support to those infected with HIV, as well as free tuberculosis management to those who are in need of it. On his return to Rivers State, he was instrumental in negotiating for free HIV treatment to be available at the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, in service to the people of Rivers State. On his second sabbatical in 2016, he was appointed Dean of Faculty of Basic Clinical Sciences of Rivers State University to start and recruit staff, which he successfully did before the end of his sabbatical. Within the university, he was the head of Department of Medical Microbiology and Parasitology for several years, where he trained a pool of professionals who now hold senior positions in this university, including immediate past and present head of department. He has been a member of several university committees. Professor Obunge has supervised many postgraduate projects, including fellowship projects, MSc, and PhDs. He has also assessed several persons for the professorial cadre from Nigerian universities and had been external examiners to many universities. He's also a reviewer of several journals. One of the unique aspects of the work of Professor Obunge is that most of his literary works are outcome of grants from various international bodies. The outcome of the research works have been widely presented in conferences globally, including United Kingdom, United States, Canada, Italy, Australia, India, South Africa, and Nigeria. He is presently the pioneer interim dean of the Faculty of Allied Sciences of the University of Port Harcourt. Outside the academic world, Professor Obunge is a pastor of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. He is happily married to Jesse, who is here, an educationist, and has 3 children, all married, and has 3 grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our referred special guest lecturer, Professor Orikomaba Obunge. You are welcome, sir. You are welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay. Permit me to stand on the very well-established protocol. But I cannot but recognize Professor Oyewale Tomori, the chairman of this occasion. I've been privileged to sit in many of his lectures in Abuja, and it has always been a pleasure. Sir, this country owes you a lot, and we thank you. Thank you so much. I also want to recognize the former provost, former vice chancellor, former minister, Professor Adewale. He may not remember, But there was a time in Abuja when I was required to present my evidences for a clinical trial to be held in River State. Professor Adewale asked me over 30 questions. I wrote each and every one of them down. They were all difficult to answer then, but I pondered over them and it made me a better person. So, sir, I salute you. Thank you so much. And it will not be complete if I don't recognize the DG of NIMA, Professor Salako. God bless you, sir. We recognize what you're doing in this nation. And I must recognize all the professors of pathology here present. I know I've heard of you, or some of you, I don't want to mention name, but God bless each and every one of you. You have been great. I've enjoyed being with you since 1993, up and down, coming in very regularly, and I recognize you all. Professor Bakare, where is he? Oh, there he is. Professor Rasheed Ajani Bakare. My wife and I are highly honored to be with you today. And it is a great privilege to be here in Ibadan to deliver this lecture. You know, the scripture says, can we go on to the first? Am I doing right? Aha. The scripture says, and I want to go on to that scripture. It says, the elder who leads well, the elder who leads well must be considered of double honor, especially those who labor by speaking and teaching well. There are many today who have already testified and who will testify that truly you have taught well. And I am one of those who can testify that you have led well. So the fact that we're here celebrating you for a double honor, it is not by accident. So we salute you, sir. You are blessed indeed. Professor Bakare has allowed me to share some of the things, some of the personal histories of his. You know, he was born and bred in Abeokuta, the heart of Egba land. Abeokuta is where his story begins. I pronounced it wrong again. When I consider the way you pronounce my name, I think it's fair. Professor Bakare has always said these people are renowned for pride, honor, dignity, integrity, fashion, radicalism, civilization, and hard working. And he says these people So I'm beginning to suspect that that was a warning. Yes, his secondary education was in Abeokuta Grammar School, but the story of Rasheed Bakare will not be complete without adding that he had earlier attended Egba Junior Comprehensive High School, and there he chose commercial subjects over science. And as he told me, the sound of typewriters was a major attraction to him. And our professor fantasized being a renowned typist someday. But we're grateful to God that destiny deviated his path and he dropped out of that school. And that is why today we celebrate Rasheed Bakare, who is not a copy typist or a secretary. Bakare secured 2 different admissions, one to UR in 1975 to study pharmacology and another to study medicine. He chose to study medicine in spite of the advice of many of his friends here present who warned him that medicine was a very difficult subject. Professor worked extensively in venereology. And today we're grateful that he chose that field. His research over the years has focused on STIs, both in males, but particularly in women, including HIV/AIDS positive patients. He has been director of the treatment clinic, special treatment clinic, and through the clinic, he has trained many. And I know many from Port Harcourt have come to your treatment clinic, and I am grateful to you. And they have learned many things from that clinic. I first met him in 1993 at the University College Hospital as a resident, struggling for my fellowship examination. You know, and since then, I have learned a lot from him. And it's always a privilege to come to Ibadan to discuss with him in his office. Professor was the national president of the Nigerian Venereal Disease Association, and he remains a key driver of this association. But we're metamorphosing to the International Union of Sexually Transmitted Infection. But I'm sure he will still play a part even as we go forward. Professor Bakare, you're truly a leader of men, requesting the respect of men by your mere presence, a mentor of mentors, a teacher of teachers. Over the year, I have seen his mentees evolving into mentors themselves. A man of humor. I have seen him using his humor to pass on scientific truths. His integrity is unquestionable. As a member of the STI Technical Working Group, I've seen this man ponder over different opinions, not allowing his own to supersede that of others, always listening, trying to tease out superior arguments, the substance of great leaders. My dear friend, today I join others to celebrate you, a mentor of mentors, an academic dawn par excellence, a leader with exceptional qualities. Congratulations, sir. We cannot talk of Professor Bakare without recognizing his mentor and those who were working on STI before we came into the picture. I want to particularly recognize Professor Oshoba, who first of all presented STI in facilities, in various facilities in Nigeria. Professor Bakare has told me that he has been his mentor, the reason for which he went into venereology. I want to also recognize Professor Odugbemi, who has also been one of those who have worked in STI before we came into the picture. We recognize his work. He has focused a lot on gonorrhea and gonococcal disease. Through him, we first learned of penicillinase and the new methods to identify penicillins. So the question today, sexually transmitted infection or sexually transmitted disease. These words have been used interchangeably to replace venereal disease, which is an older terminology. The term STI, however, is more encompassing today and describes the state not only of infection, but also of disease. STI continue to cause high rates of infection worldwide. WHO describes it as a growing problem. More than 1 million STIs are acquired every day. In 2020, WHO estimated that there are 374 million new infections with one of 4 STIs: chlamydia, gonorrhea, syphilis, and trichomoniasis. More than 490 million people are estimated to be living with genital herpes. And this study was in 2016. And an estimated 300 million women have an human papillomavirus infection, the primary cause of cervical cancer, and today anal cancer among men who have sex with men. An estimated 296 million people are living with chronic hepatitis B globally. And today other STIs have been added. We're now talking of monkeypox as a possible cause of STI. Shigella sonnei, obtained through sexual contact. Even Neisseria meningitidis from oral sex, Ebola, and Zika, as well as reemergence of neglected tropical STIs. In Nigeria today, STIs continue to constitute a significant medical, social, economic problem, not only in rural Nigeria, but also in urban Nigeria. In terms of age, we find that the young women, adolescents, aged 17 to 19, are at higher risk of contracting STI. Existing prevalence figures do not differ from global figure. I've looked at some of the works of Professor Bakare, which the result is in line with the work we did in Port Harcourt, which says 1 in every 10 women or girls aged 17 to 19 have chlamydia. This is from community-based studies, and that means those girls will never go to the health sector to be diagnosed, and therefore they will end up with the complications of STI. Nigeria recorded the following prevalence rates. The T. vaginalis, Trichomonas vaginalis, about 1 in every 10 women. Neisseria gonorrhea, 3%. Chlamydia trachomatis, 2 to 11%. Today, the age group 15 to 24 years has the highest STI prevalence. When left untreated, a lot of these STIs will lead to irreversible outcome. Those girls that I have mentioned in our various communities, and I've told you it's the same results we're getting from River State and from Ibadan. Those girls will end up having ectopic pregnancy. They will end up having infertility. They will end up having chronic pain. And they will never know until those complications set in. The challenge today is not just to develop new interventions, but also to identify barriers to the implementation of existing tools. and to devise strategies to ensure that effective STI control programs are implemented in future. We talk today of the hidden epidemic. The hidden epidemic. The STD epidemic has sometimes been called the hidden or silent epidemic. It is hidden for several reasons. Most sexually transmitted disease cause no symptom at all. So the infection often goes undetected, especially in women. Asymptomatic infection in women is an extremely important biological factor that reduces the likelihood that they will seek health care. This hinders detection, treatment of the infection, increases the infectiousness, and thereby promotes the spread of the infection. Again, adolescents and young adults are unable to access our clinic, and I will ask Professor Bakare and his team, how many young people aged 17 to 19 come to your STI clinic? I am sure hardly any come, because they consider this clinic unfriendly to adolescents, and yet they have a significant portion of the infections amongst them. The poor health-seeking behavior of infected individuals lead to poorly treated STD, and the chain of transmission remains unimpaired. In Port Harcourt towns and the market, and I'm sure it is in Ibadan, you hear things like staph aureus is the problem of STI. Come and we will treat you. They have concoction for women, for men who think they have STI, thereby complicating their problems. Broad problem, men and women, the same is true in Africa. In our place, we used to say that we call everyone babalawos. They're there shouting about their concussions to treat STI. And the country accepts it. It's even in our televisions, and we accept it as the treatment of STI. The poor health-seeking behavior will lead to poorly treated STD, and that eventually will lead to complication. What of poverty, lack of education, and social inequity indirectly increases the prevalence of STD in our population. In fact, today we're having lack of openness, mixed messages, and we have obstacles to STD prevention for the entire population, which all contribute to the hidden nature of STI. And finally, we should understand that the groups with the highest rate of STDs are those who we call the key populations. Those include men who have sex with men, commercial sex workers. Professor Bakare and his team have offered a lot of services to those sex workers who are found in most of our cities. They represent the core transmitters of STD and are potential reservoirs of infection, even for the general population. Somebody from Society of Family Health once told me that from their research, 60% of men who have sex with men are bisexual. In other words, some of them are even married. So from their relationship with other men, or as even sex workers, they come back home with certain types of STIs, causing havoc in the various homes. So we must focus on reaching out to them and managing the people people, those who we call the core transmitters of STIs. I want to talk for a minute. Well, why don't we say that? There was a young woman whom I met, Isadora Teres Briggs, director of UN Women. I told her that I'm coming to meet Professor Bakare, and a lot of his work is about women. And she said, why women and why not women? Gender inequality plays out even with illness and disease. Where STIs in men are easily noticed with signs and symptoms, women live a life of misery, not knowing that they have contracted something painful, dreadful, many times through no fault of theirs. She's referring to adventurous men and women who have different sexual networks and then come home with STIs. And that leads me to talk about sexual networking. The core groups of people with high-risk behavior who form networks of people linked by sexual contacts are essential for STI transmission, but they have been overlooked. Patterns of sexual mixing are major determinants of sexual transmitted infection. What do I mean by sexual mixing and sexual networks? Today, even in Ibadan, as it is in Port Harcourt and different parts of this country, there are groups of sexual networks that are actually social networks as well. They live together, they eat together, and they have sexual contacts together. Like men who have sex with men, like sex workers, like transgenders. Some of them move out of their core network and move to other people, like the general population, we call them. And each time they move to the general population, they carry along with them the STIs that have been obtained from their network. This shows 2 or 3 different networks. One is older men who have sex with men, and younger men who have also sex with other men. But the younger men also reach out in yellow to those marginal population they call, which are really us, the general population. They have sex with them occasionally, and then they come back. So if we don't target the core transmitters, we cannot control STI in the general population. More generally, we have therefore what we call the assortative mixing, when they mix within themselves, and the disassortative mixing when they mix with others outside their network. Key populations are defined groups who, due to specific high-risk behaviors, are at increased risk of STIs, irrespective of the epidemic type. In fact, we hear that 3.4% of the population in this country account for 32% of new HIV infections. Such core groups of people with high-risk behavior who form social networks of people linked by sexual contact must never be overlooked. Some of us may feel, well, I don't want to deal with them, but you cannot overlook them. The Federal Ministry of Health have recognized this, and they have come up with what a continuous monitoring of HIV among the subpopulation with higher risk behavior. Apart from HIV, they also follow up some STIs. Federal Ministry of Health therefore commissioned the Integrated Biological and Behavioral Surveillance Survey in 2007. And this has been going on till the year 2000. The main goal was to obtain serological and behavioral information on key population. I want to share some of the results they had. The population came from all these states. In other words, in these states, we have people who are transgender in Nigeria, in all these states. We have men who have sex with men. We have sex workers, and all of them were targeted. And we find out that while the treatment, the preventive messages and the treatment is functioning for brothel-based and not brothel-based STI, the STI men who have sex with men continue to increase in our nation. It is because of the hidden nature of this group of people. I want to move on to what we call the syndromic management of STI. The syndromic management is born of a study that was aimed to impact the improved STD services at the primary care level to reduce the incidence of HIV infection. That's the Mwanza study. They succeeded. They succeeded. But immediately after, there was another study called the Rakai study, which disagreed with the report of the Mwanza study. It was through the Mwanza study that we now have syndromic management of STI. 38% reduction in the rate of HIV by just treating STI. But when the Rakai study came with opposing report, experts have to sit together and ask why. The conclusion is what the Mwanza and Rakai study have shown is that improving STI control for HIV prevention is not straightforward and requires different approaches in different populations. In other words, the syndromic management has no evidence base. But why then in Nigeria do we continue with syndromic management? Today, a few weeks ago, the technical working group of STI, chaired by Professor Bakare, we decided that Nigeria will move away from syndromic management and start thinking of etiologic management of STI. In fact, the CEO of African Society of Laboratory Medicine reports the status of medical laboratories better than they were 10 years ago, but a lot of work needs to be done. But that is enough for us. We are encouraging now that we should leave syndromic management for the primary health care while we focus on etiologic management. And in order to assist us, we believe that point of care testing should be the bridge between syndromic and laboratory, because the point of care testing today, they are accurate, they are rapid, and they are affordable. Professor Bakare and his team recently validated the use of the dual HIV syphilis rapid test, and it's already distributed to all countries as part of the PMTCT effort. And recently, the WHO, World Health Organization, recommended that we should go for triple elimination of HIV, viral hepatitis, and STI. Nigeria has signed into triple elimination of HIV, syphilis, and hepatitis B virus. And so in the very near future, we will see that the rapid test for those three will now be available in this country. Concerning gonorrhea, even as I round up, in view of the high rate of usage, it is important that in view of the high rate of usage, some optimal control and monitoring of antimicrobial resistance and treatment failures, and the extraordinary capacity of gonococci to develop and retain antimicrobial resistance, it is clear that there is need in this country to set up a gonococcal antimicrobial surveillance program. I know Professor Bakare has been working towards this. And I believe that as he moves on to another phase of his life, he will continue to run with the need for us to have this surveillance program. We have lessons learned from the TB program. We have zonal laboratories, central laboratories, and I think we can use the same model as it was for TB. I want to conclude by saying STI remains a big burden globally, including Nigeria. Well left or treated, certain STIs can lead to long-term irreversible outcome. And therefore, the time has come for Nigeria to join others to put a program in place to curb STI. Before I finish, I want to talk to us about one or two studies that Professor Bakare has been doing and which has a global significance. One is a multi-center collaborative study, which is a randomized placebo-controlled trial of a microbicide, precisely the SAVI. And this is very important because Professor Bakare was the principal investigator of this study. And because of this study, a lot of policy was made globally. The conclusion, as you can see, sorry. Although at the end of it, they did not find the microbicide to be active against HIV. That study changed and revolutionized the concept of microbicides. I've also seen a lot of study that Professor Bakare has been doing on sexual partners and sex workers. I don't know, this thing is jumping. I'm beginning to think this. And on sexual partners and commercial sex workers. Professor Bakare, I want to celebrate you for those works that you have been doing. And I agree with you that we cannot leave them. We cannot leave them. We need to push on with this study. And finally, I'm happy to say Prof is also a member of, if this thing were, yes, the African Collaborative Center for Microbiome and Genomic Research. And today is, it would be good to hear of you how that work has done so far. It's a co-PI in a microbiome study, and it's association with HIV and HPV among African women. A lot of you may not have heard much of STI. A lot of you may not have understood much of STI. But this has been the passion of Professor Bakare. Over the years, he has spent his life doing a lot of research in that area. Professor Bakare, I went to a city in Cape Town, and I saw a picture of where the salt water changes to fresh water. And I believe you're in that area. Both the salt and the fresh water are fertile. You're moving into another area of your life. And I believe that area you're moving into will be as fertile as where you are today. On that note, once again, I congratulate you, and I thank you for inviting me.
That was as erudite as it gets, and it's very informative. And it's something that I think we can all relate with. So I would like to thank Prof for that wonderful lecture. And please, let's give him another round of applause. Well, I think Prof shouldn't relax yet because he will need to come up here. We will need to express our gratitude for that wonderful lecture. And to do that for us is the representative of the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Aderonke Bayeroju. So I would like to invite our guest lecturer and the representative of the DVC to please come to the podium to present the plaque.
Prof, on behalf of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, I present to you this award as our guest speaker for the birthday and retirement program of Professor Rasheed Ajani Bakare on this 6th day of February 2023. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, sir. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Bakare. Thank you very much, our guest lecturer. We are going to quickly get through the rest of the program. And the next thing is a short role play by staff of the department. They have a whooping 5 minutes to do that. Can they come out already? Can they come out already? 1 minute's gone in coming out. And now half a minute gone. So you have 3.5 minutes.
Ìyá Adéníran, báwo lẹ ṣe ń rówó gbà báyìí?
Ẹ káàárọ̀, àkùṣe ẹ̀wò ti sú èmi o. Mo fẹ́ gbowó lánàá báyìí wò ó
lágbára mi ti ẹ̀rọ owó gba mọ́tò tòtòtòtò sí báńkì mi rí gbà o. Ọ̀rọ̀ Fidelity First Bank gbogbo wọn gan àròwó gbà. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ báyìí? Cash mi ò ní cash mi ò ní cash náà ni everybody kàn ń pariwo.
Ó ti lóyún? Ta ló fẹ́ lóyún? Ìkà ló fẹ́ tó fẹ́ lóyún o. Ìkà lẹ́ tó fẹ́ lóyún. Ìkà ni. Wọ́n kékeré. Ó ti lóyún? Ta ló fẹ́ lóyún? Ó kọ́ ló fẹ́ lóyún? Ìkà lọ́kọ ẹ. Ìkà lọ́kọ ẹ. Pẹ̀lẹ́, wà á bí láyọ̀. Wà á bí láyọ̀. Báwo? Ìkà lọ́mọ yìí o. Ìkà lọ́mọ yìí. Ọmọ yóò wúlò. Ó ṣe lẹ́kùn sílẹ̀. Ó tún tán yé sí. Ọmọ yóò wúlò. Kò wúlò.
Ọlọ́run mà wá ṣàánú ayé mi báyìí pẹ̀lú ọ̀gá tí mo fẹ́ lọ rí o. Wọ́n má tẹ̀ lọ lé mi síta pé get out from my office. Bọ̀ màá ṣàṣọ̀kan lọ. Ẹ káàárọ̀ sà. Ẹ káàárọ̀ sà. Ẹ káàárọ̀ sà.
Ọṣọmọ. o ti lọ fún yàn lóyún.
rárá sà.
mi ò lọ lọ.
bẹ́ẹ̀ sà.
mi ò lọ lọ.
mo wá rí yín ní.
o lè fún yàn lóyún kí ló fẹ́.
mo wá rí yín torí ọ̀rọ̀ ìyàwó mi sà nípa iṣẹ́ ni wọ́n ti ń gba àwọn èèyàn síṣẹ́ àdẹ̀túkọ̀ application.
lọ gba form.
a ti ṣe necessary
kí ló apply fún.
ṣe security ni sà.
security ló apply fún.
bẹ́ẹ̀ sà.
tí bá ti gbà abẹ́rẹ́ fún mi.
bẹ́ẹ̀ sà.
abẹ́rẹ́ fún mi. ọ̀ṣọ́mọ ọmọ mi lè lọ bá sùn lónìí. mélòó. ògbólógbò sọ̀rọ̀ kó o náà máa ń báyọ̀ sùn tó bá jẹ́ ń báyọ̀ sùn ìyàwó ẹ̀ náà tó bá ti wọlé wọ́n á bá sùn sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ má lọ má bẹ rí àwọn tó yẹ kí n rí má bẹ rí ọ̀ṣọ́mọ ògbólógbò ògbólógbò.
ó lágbára o ẹ wo gbogbo ẹ ti ẹ sún mi jàre ẹ wo tó bá ti di 4 dot báyìí lèmi lọ lẹ́ǹtì tèmi o mi tẹ̀ lé dúró torí owó mọ́tò yẹn ti pọ̀ jù.
kí ló ṣàwọn yẹn gan pàápàá wọn fún wa lówó kí ló dé stress ti pọ̀ jù báyìí stress pọ̀ jù jàre.
ariwo yìí ti pọ̀ jù Prof you make noise too much ariwo yìí ti pọ̀ jù ẹ níṣẹ́ ni ngbà wọ́n gbẹ̀.
sorry sir.
kí wọ́n gbẹ̀ fún.
sorry sir.
ẹ dá sí ẹ̀ wọ́n gbẹ̀ fún ìwọ ńkọ́ ni wọ́n gbẹ̀ wọ́n pariwo jù ẹ láì pariwo.
ẹ ra sà.
ẹ̀yin ìyá o ẹ wà ń bí. ìbá o bí o ló fìlà mi o bí o ló fìlà mi o ìbá o ẹjọ́ tún mi ṣe o ẹjọ́ tún mi ṣe o ṣínà ò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣínà ò sí lọ́fíìsì ni ìbá o ẹjọ́ tún mi ṣe o.
onílù.
Roses in the valley where the lilies are growing. Our love for you shall never, never die. Roses in the valley where the lilies are growing. Our love for you shall never, never die. Ó dàbí kẹ́ má lọ mọ́. Kẹ́ má lọ mọ́ o. Ó dàbí kẹ́ má lọ mọ́ o.
Kẹ́ má lọ mọ́.
Bàbá wa Rasheed. Ó dàbí kẹ́ má lọ mọ́. Kẹ́ má lọ mọ́ o.
Ó dàbí kẹ́ má lọ mọ́. Ó dàbí kẹ́ má lọ mọ́ o.
Kẹ́ má lọ mọ́. Bàbá wa Rasheed. Ó dàbí kẹ́ má lọ mọ́. Ẹ̀gbá àké ibẹ̀ lọ́làjú ti ṣẹ̀ wá. Ẹ̀gbá àké ibẹ̀ lọ́làjú ti ṣẹ̀ wá. Ṣọ́mọ Ẹ̀gbá ló máa yé jẹ. Ẹ̀gbá àké ibẹ̀ lọ́làjú ti ṣẹ̀ wá. Ẹ̀gbá àké ibẹ̀ lọ́làjú ti ṣẹ̀ wá. Ṣọ́mọ Ẹ̀gbá ló máa yé jẹ. Ọ̀ya ìyá rẹ̀ mọ́mọ́ mi ò mọ̀ ti ká máa rojú koro.
Ibẹ̀ lọ́làjú ti ṣẹ̀ wá.
Ọ̀ya ìyá rẹ̀ mọ́mọ́ mi ò mọ̀ ti ká máa rojú koro. Ìyá mi ṣe púpọ̀ lọ́rọ̀ mi èmi lọ́mọ alákèésì. Mo ní mélòó gangan lẹ́gbàá? 4 lẹ́gbàá. Ọ̀tọ̀ lẹ́gbà ké, ọ̀tọ̀ lẹ́gbà òwú, ọ̀tọ̀ lẹ́gbà òkè ọ̀nà. Aláàké à máa wí. Màjò láké, màjò nígbẹ̀dú, màjò rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú. Ẹ̀wẹ̀lẹ̀wẹ̀ kú ẹ̀wẹ̀lẹ̀. Ẹ̀wẹ̀lẹ̀wẹ̀ kú ẹ̀wẹ̀lẹ̀.
kò má ojú sunkún ara wa. Ẹ dìde bá mi fún wọn látẹ̀wọ́ ẹ jọ̀ọ́. That is the dance troupe, or how do I refer to them, from Baba's department. Thank you very much. I think that was a wonderful performance. The one that I think we are going to hold an inquiry on is that Tommy. But that will be later. I have a letter from the classmates of Professor Bakare in the medical school, the UI 81 set, who are rejoicing with their classmate and friend over 40 years. As an erudite professor of microbiology, said it's a great blessing from God, who kept you to be retiring at 70 with health and joy. They celebrate our Baba. They wish him a happy birthday, long life to celebrate several decades more with the grace that comes from God. Congratulations, sir. Continue to impact your generation and the younger ones after you. God bless you more to reap the fruit of your labor. Dr. Mutsuka for all of us from UI 81 set. Thank you very much. Now we're going to take tributes. Okay, that's Dr. Mutsuka standing there. Thank you very much, ma. You are well appreciated. We're going to now have more tributes. And I'm going to call them in the order in which it's listed here. The Nigerian Medical Association, that's the premier association that every Nigerian medical doctor belongs to. And we have the chairman of the Your State branch of the Nigerian Medical Association to deliver the first tribute to Professor R.A. Bakare. Dr. Wale Lasisi, a.k.a. Afa Jamiu. You're welcome.
Good afternoon. Happy birthday, sir. And Eku Adroti Babalati Joy. Permit me to stand on the existing protocols. However, I must still recognize one or two people, particularly our notable medical elders hereby present. The Vice Chancellor, the Provost, Professor Adewale has left, the medical elder too, and then Professor Umegbodun, who were both past chairmen of NMA, and obviously, my organs in the oil and gas business. Sorry, I'm a gynecologist. We call ONG oil and gas. So they are my seniors in the oil and gas business. Let me also particularly make salute my golden mother. No one other but Professor Mrs. Wura Olashokunbi. I've not seen her, but I know she's around. And our Baba Bakare, sir, like once again I say happy birthday. Well, the first time I met Baba was when I was a medical student. I'm sure he won't remember. When he used to come and examine us in pathology those days, University of Ilorin. And then when I started housemanship in UCH, those were the two common faces I first got to recognize or know. Professor Bakare was one of them, and then Professor Umegbodun was the other one. And subsequently, Baba was a very, very active member of our association. You see him coming to meetings. He attends NMA meetings regularly. He participates regularly. And the direct encounter I had to have with him was 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago thereabout, when I was
campaigning to become the vice chairman of NME of your state. And one of my very good egbons said, have you seen Professor Bakare? Now, Professor Bakare is one person that can move mountains for you and can actually deliver votes for you. And I said, how do I see Professor Bakare? And I remember that one of my founding fathers or mentors in the medical practice, the first doctor that I ever worked with, the first doctor that ever gave me something called money, and I appreciated so much, was in microbiology, Dr. Fire Emewo. So I went to Dr. Fire Emewo, and he took me to meet Prof in his office. And when we got to Prof's office, he wanted to sell me to Prof. Prof, boy, ni, what did you money? I said he's an onijogban. And while he was saying that, Dr. Fayemo said, Oga, tó bá jẹ́ pé vote kan ní boy yìí máa ní pathology, èmi ni máa vote fún. Pé ọmọ mi ni. Oga now said, ọmọ ẹni, ọmọ ọmọ mi nìyẹn. Don't worry, I'll vote for you. Fayemo ní ká vote for you, kò sí problem. And after on, he went on talking. There was some deep politics, and I learned a lot that day. And that is how I became his grandson, courtesy of Dr. Fayemiwo. Sir, NMA appreciates our medical elders a lot because they are the reasons why we are here today. The sacrifices our leaders and our elders have done to maintain the association in times past is why we still have an association. And as such, we cannot disregard or disrespect or discard our leaders like Professor Bakare. At the moment, we are organizing a compendium of our leaders, elders, or members that have retired from active service, the University College Hospital, state services, and even private institutions that have retired. And we intend to put this into a compendium of our newsletter, which is supposed to be a quarterly event. At most, because of the financial situation of the country and association, we'll make it a 6-month thing. So you can be rest assured that we will seek audience with you to have a brief interview to put there. And also, NMA plans to hold a party for all our retirees. Like I said, money is an issue, but we look forward to having these things done. When we call on you, our elders and our members, please oblige us to honor and celebrate our past leaders. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Nigerian Medical Association and all doctors practicing in your state, sir, we wish you happy birthday and many happy returns. And on the final note, sir, some people, that is a 70-year-old man. And some people are asking us if a 70-year-old man should rule Nigeria. Baba can still work very well. So a 70-year-old man can surely rule Nigeria. Thank you, sir.
When you see a politician, you recognize them. It is Baba that we are honoring today. We will only vote for Tinubu on the 25th of February. And next on the line is Chairman, the President of the Medical and Dental Consultants Association of Nigeria, MDCAN, Dr. Victor A. Makanjola.
Thank you. The chairman of this occasion, Professor Tomori, the Vice Chancellor, and the Provost, College of Medicine, all other protocols duly observed. Professor Rasheed Bakare, congratulations, sir. We have been limited to just 2 minutes, otherwise I would have spent a lot more. Because I have many relationships with Professor Bakare. But I'll still say a little bit He was my teacher as an undergraduate. He actually examined me at the part and farm level. And one of his comments was that he asked a question that he thought I should know because they have scores. And I actually didn't know the answer. So he said, let me ask you something else then. Because but that is Professor Bakare for you. Very jovial, very nice, and very involved with his mentees. I have the privilege of having my wife in his department as a postgraduate student, a resident. So by virtue of that, I'm an associate member of medical microbiology department. And I've been for a very long time. He's been very involved in our lives, always encouraging us along the line. In fact, he encouraged us to have many children as well. And when we were resisting, well, not all of us, I mean, not the two of us, she was resisting, but my spirit was aligned with Prof that we should have more. Ultimately, he infected us, not sexually, but infected us with twinning. So we eventually had a set of twins to round up. Thank you very much, Prof, for all your encouragement over the years. He also has a plan for all his mentees. You may not agree with the plan, but from his vantage position, he knows what he thinks is best for you, and he always directs them. Politically, Professor Bakare is a stalwart in the University of Ibadan and University College Hospital. He may not have been going for offices, but he installs officers. And everybody here knows that. And I have the opportunity to say a big thank you to him because he has been supportive of all my political aspirations, right from Assistant Secretary General in MDCAN. Now I'm the president of MDCAN. All of them are his blessings. So please help me give him a round of applause for this. I must also say in retirement, his political stature will not dwindle. The reason is that he has people he has put in place, directly or indirectly by the grace of God. The pot-bellied MC is one of us, one of those people he has put in place. Those who are coming new will not know what he has done to me earlier today here. But he's one of us. Dr. Taiwo Lawal, myself, several other people whom Professor Bakare has helped to achieve their political aims on the premises will ensure that his stature does not diminish, even politically in retirement. Finally, his message from all consultants in Nigeria, over 4,000 of us, who I have the real privilege of leading at this time. We want to appreciate you for particularly staying back and paying a huge sacrifice for staying back to nurture and to train those in our generation. Because I'm in the position I am now, I know how many doctors, consultants are leaving Nigeria every day for greener pastures. But the likes of Professor Bakare and his colleagues, Professor Shokumbi and the rest of them, when similar things were happening decades ago, they chose to stay back. And because they stayed back, that is why you have us here today. And all of us across the country are saying a very big thank you for that huge sacrifice. We pray that the Lord will strengthen you even in retirement. You will be more fruitful, you will be productive, and you will be healthy. And God will grant you peace all around you. God bless you, Prof. Congratulations once again.
Thank you very much, President. Before I call the next person, in the spirit of telling stories of encounter with Professor Bakare, I can relate my own quick story. I can't remember how or when I first met Professor Bakare. All I can remember is I've been his boy since at least 1990, when I crossed over from UI to the UC side of the College of Medicine. And I remember our pathology and pharmacology exam, the pathology exam. We were to do the exam, the oral exam, in the pathology lab on the 4th floor. People who are familiar with UCH, we know where the place is. And I mean, I've never met any student who does not want to meet a familiar lecturer during the exam. So as I was waiting, it looked like I was going to meet Professor Bakare for my pathology exam. And I was, of course, thinking in my heart, I know that, well, yours truly was not a bad student, you know. So it wasn't as if I was afraid of failing, but I know that meeting Professor Bakare will further seal my chances of passing. Unfortunately, just shortly before it was my turn, I think they didn't have a second examiner on the table, so Professor Bakare moved to that next table. Oga may not remember, so the table I was going to go to meet with him is empty. There's only one person there. I think it's an hematologist that was on that table, and nobody was there. But shortly before it's my turn, Professor Bakare was to return to that table. I thought my luck was still holding. And then Professor Ayadiuno came from somewhere. I don't want to say he came from nowhere. And he sat on that chair that Professor Bakare was supposed to sit on. Then my spirit went down again. But Professor Bakare then approached the chair, was trying to tell Professor Ayadiuno that, well, it's microbiology. And Professor Ayadiuno looked at him, said, get away. What microbiology can you examine undergraduate that I cannot examine? That's how I lost the chance of being examined by Professor Bakare. But to God be the glory. We passed the exam. But since then, Professor Bakare has been, it's not like a father to me. Professor Bakare has been a father to me. When I came back after my youth corps, wanted to do residency, Professor Bakare took my hand and took me. He did not give me a letter. He did not call. He took me by hand and took me to Professor Campbell's office. Said, I've brought my boy, you must take him. And irrespective of what Professor Campbell thought at that time, I don't know. And I didn't try to find out. But once Professor Bakare said, this is my boy, it was a done deal. And I was a very troublesome resident. But I know that I continue to enjoy the aura of Professor Bakare throughout my residency training. Because I'm sure anybody who wanted to do something to me will probably remember that Professor Bakare will pay him a visit. So thank you very much, sir. I would like to invite the Acting Director of the Medical Laboratory Services, Mr. Adeshina Odekami. Those are the people who work directly with Professor Bakare. Mr. Adeshina Odekami for his tribute. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Standing on existing protocol. Prof, congratulations, sir. I want to congratulate you especially because some of us are your mentees. I got to know Professor Bakare in 1986, years back. And since then, he has been a father to all of us. I've learned a lot from you, sir. One thing I learned from you is that you should not cut your nose to spit on yourself. When we have problems in laboratories, scientists, doctors, and all that, after the inbreak go outside, Prof will still call us. We are still one family. That's why there is peace because of Prof wisdom. He has been a source of direction and a source of influence to everyone. That's why, since he left the airship, fortunately for us, those who came behind him are his mentees. Then, you know, the way the elder does things, Yoruba will say, Omo ni ba ipele ye kosi ashoda. So thank you for all you have done for us in microbiology. He has done a lot. I learned one other thing from you, Prof. I learned a lot. One other thing I learned from you is that there is no peace if there is no justice. If there is injustice, there is no peace. And because of that, you are sure, no matter what is happening among the different groups in the department, once it gets to Prof, it will not cover up anything. It will tell you as it is, and that's why there is peace in microbiology. Thank you for the peace in microbiology. That's why many departments in the pathology department look up to us, because there is peace. And I'm assuring you, even if you are not physically with us and retired, we still keep the peace, because you have shown us the only way to development and advancement in anywhere is through peace. We are each brothers keepers, and we are friendly. Thank you, Prof. Then I want to thank the family of Bakare for giving us Prof. Yes, because he's an exceptional personnel. For him to bring different people together in the department, different profession. And one thing I know about him is that he looks for excellence. And he searches for it. Once he gets it in you, and he will try to help and assist you to get to the end of your career. Thank you, Prof. We love you, and we know that out there, when you step out, the sky is still the limit. Then I want to say this. We still come around to suck from your breast of wisdom many times. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are getting there gradually. Is the representative of the chairman, MD, can you sit here now? All right. Representative of MD, can you CH? Tribute to be delivered by the representative of the chairman, Dr. Shia Konde.
Thank you, sir. The chairman of the occasion, our distinguished guest on the high table, very distinguished audience. On behalf of Chairman MD Can UCH, Dr. Foluke Fashola, who is away to Abuja on WCP assignment, I want to congratulate our member and header, Professor Bakare, on your 70th birthday and retirement from the University of Ibadan and University College Hospital. We want to thank you because you have been a good member of MDCAN usage, an active one for that matter, always attending our meetings. More importantly, you have been a member of the EDAS committee. In the wisdom of our bylaws of MDCAN usage, one of the 4 standing committees is the EDAS committee. And what the committee does is that they stand by the executives such that when we have issues that overwhelm us, we contact the EDAS committee. And always they have solved those problems for us using their time, their experience, and influence. Many times they have to meet even in the night to solve all these problems. We appreciate you, sir. And as you are retiring, we wish you all the best. In the tradition of MDCAN usage, we are presenting you this plaque for your meritorious service to MDCAN usage as a member of EDAS committee for many years. And we wish you plenty joy, happiness, and peace of mind as you retire. We love you, sir, and God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much, my chairman. And now where Baba used to go and preside in the evenings. We have here representative of the Senior Staff Recreation Club of the University of Ibadan, Professor Niyi Togun, to come and present his tribute. Professor Togun. Those are the Palacians.
I think it's better to start by all protocol duly observed because we are trying to shorten time. But let me actually recognize the chairman, Professor Tomori, well, the Vice Chancellor of University of Ibadan, my Vice Chancellor, being represented by the Dean of Science, and of course the Dean of Basic Medical Science, my sister, Professor Nola. Well, I was told some time ago that I will talk on, my tribute will be as a member of the Palace of the University of Ibadan Staff Club. But when I got here, I discovered that I will talk generally on the Staff Club. I quickly consulted the president who gave his go-ahead. But before I start, let me first make a prelude, a statement that this man, Professor Rasheed Bakare, henceforth throughout this thing, I will be calling him Rasheed, because that's what I'm used to. This Rasheed is a very, very lucky man. You know why I say he's a very lucky man? He is fortunate enough to marry my sister, Alaja Turayo Abegbo Bakare. Well, he's a very, very good member of University of Ibadan Senior Staff Club, where he comes to relax often. Of course, people know, well, he's not somebody that talks much, but when he says a little thing, you are likely to laugh. So when he comes, well, we are both members of the palace, and we explain that, and we stay up. When he comes downstairs, we know he has arrived, because people will be laughing, and then people will be calling Professor Baki, Professor Bakare, Professor this. We know he's around. So he's a jolly good fellow among people in the staff club. In 2013, he's been in the staff club for very long, but in 2013, late 2013, he decided to join fully the Palace of the University of Ibadan Senior Staff Club. Well, the Palace is just a group in the staff club headed by a Kabiesi, and they have chiefs. Since you have Kabiesi, you have Oloye. Because of his character, his interest, and his profession, of course, he was specially given Oye, in quote, in the palace, and is the Bashegun of the palace. Well, he's a very, very cooperative fellow, and he's always interested in unity. I know at times he will come and say, so is doing something. What is the palace doing? Are we not going? Or at times he will phone me. What is the palace doing? And so on. He's always interested in what is happening in the palace. Always interested. And of course, he has this style of trying to bring people together. I will quote just one example, which is personal. When I have one reason or one issue, and I took a decision on the palace in the evening, but early in the morning, the next morning, Rasheed called me. That, Niyi, what is wrong with you? No, don't do that. That was how that one is settled. He does a lot of that, bringing people together and trying to settle quarrel. Well, Rasheed, people will talk of the staff club and we say, they go there to drink. I can tell you that my friend Rasheed doesn't actually drink. He doesn't drink. But before you clap, know that he has taken his quota long time ago. Yes, he cannot deny that. He knows he has taken his quota. That time he was working very hard and drinking harder than he worked. So he's a very jolly good fellow. And one thing in the palace is that he always laugh. He will not talk much. He doesn't dominate arguments or so. But once he says something, you are likely to laugh. He has a way of saying some funny things, which are part of his characteristics. Well, let me say that on behalf of the President and the University of Ibadan Senior Staff Club in general, and the palace, the cabinet of the palace is here, and the palace in particular, we wish you happy birthday, happy retirement, long life in sound health and prosperity. We thank God for your life.
Thank you very much. Eba Kikabiesio. Well, let me quickly recognize one other person. I've seen her long, but I just remember that I haven't introduced her. She's the wife of the immediate past Deputy Governor of Oyo State, Professor Amdalat Olaniyo. Please, Madam, let's see you. You're welcome, ma. Prof, the celebrant, has requested that we allow the president of Ibadan Recreation Club to speak for only 2 minutes. President Ibadan Recreation Club, is he here? Oh, they said he left, sir. Oh, he's here. Oh, I'm there. 2 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Adesojitayo, and I'm one of those that come to UCH with trepidations. So I thought my coming here, I will have to behave myself and keep quiet in one corner. But now I'm outside. I need to tell you, I'm afraid of injection and drugs, though. Professor Bakare, congratulations once again. It's hard to believe that you are 70. We've been talking about this 70 for many months. And so he's been telling us, you know, I'm 70. And we used to tell him, you are not yet 70. And 2 weeks ago, he still reminded all of us where we were seated that you people, you are misbehaving. You know I'm 70. And we said, when you are 70, we will tell you you are 70. Now you are 70, we acknowledge that. Congratulations. The loss of UCH is the gain of Ibadan Recreation Club. Now we have him to ourselves fully now. We used to share him before, but now no sharing again. So welcome back to your place. We know that when we don't see Professor Bakare in a day, then Professor Bakare is not in town. He's one person that we respect and we acknowledge so much at our club, Ibadan Recreation Club. It's a club that has 7 games, the only club in Ibadan that has 7 games. And we are 120 years old, the first cosmopolitan club in Africa. And so he's one of the special members of this club. We've enjoyed Professor Bakare, and I can tell you that members that are here will tell you that whenever we have issues in UCH, Professor Bakare has been of immense assistance to members. So we want to thank you once again for all what you've done for members of the club. I got to know Professor Bakare way back, and my first contact with him when we were discussing, I asked him, what would you have become if you're not a medical doctor? And I was shocked when he told me he would have been a mechanic. And I could see the gap between a mechanic and a medical doctor. I said, why did you say mechanic? So, tó bá mọ bí tá ti ń bọ̀ ni. Ojú window làwọn máa ń gbà lọ class nígbà táwọn wà ní school. Kò sí bàtà, kò sí ṣòkòtò. And so we could see God's providence in his life. For him to have moved from that level to where he is today, we want to thank God on your behalf. We're just starting. We know the energy that you have. He's one person that gets angry so quickly and forgives so quickly also. He does not even forgive, he forgets. That's the kind of person he is. And for us in Ibadan Recreation Club, we have a name for him. He is not Bashegun. He's either, people will call him either Babalawo or Kini, Irunmole. Those are the two names that we know him for. And for us, I've heard that he doesn't talk much. I'm hearing that in UCH. But we know that he's a talkative when he's at Ibadan Recreation Club. And so we have the best of Professor Bakare in Ibadan Recreation Club. So if you want to live long, you want to look fresh, you want to be agile, join us as he's part of us in Ibadan Recreation Club. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Of everything that I'm associated with Professor Bakare, Babalawo is not one of them. But Baba is tough. Maybe that's where the Babalawo come from. I think at this point, because our time is fast spent, I would like to invite Barrister Ayobamide Oluwaseun Bakare to please come and say something about his dad on behalf of the family. Baba?
Wow. It's been a great program. Thank you, everyone. Our father is a loving father. Yeah, people say he's tough, but he's the softest man. You can reach him anytime. No matter what, he listens. He's been the best father. He's been supportive. I happen to have 2 degrees. Thanks to him. Whatever you want to get, he will support you. Also, my brothers, he won't stop. He will make sure. Even my daughter will testify. They always look forward to coming to Ibadan. When is Ibadan? In fact, I call them Ibadan. He's been a loving father to my wife and also to my in-laws. He's been a good representative for the family. To my mom too, let's say thank you. They've returned him back home. Our father has always been busy. I grew up not knowing my father because UCH, Sheonbak Specialist Hospital, always busy. Out of that time, he would still sacrifice. He would take us to school. In fact, we could be the last person in school. He will always come. Thank you, Dad. Thank you for everything. We appreciate you. And today, I've seen another thing, another side. Things we never knew. Thank God. Alhamdulillah. And I always wish you long life. You know I said long life. You say, oh, pray for me. I'm obsessed. I said, don't worry. You will do it yourself. And I would like to thank everyone that has taken time out of their busy schedule, both yesterday and today. We appreciate you all. Shall we all go back safely to our destinations? Thank you very much.
Grandpa, you mean so much to all of us. Thank you for what you do for us. Today is for you to relax, enjoy. This is for you to relax. Enjoy your day as we look after you. Happy birthday, Grandpa. Thank you for the way you take your time to take care of us. Thank you for your wisdom, which brightens every day. Enjoy this special occasion. I hope this day will bring you joy and happiness you so richly deserve. Sit down, relax, and enjoy yourself, surrounded by family and friends.
Happy birthday, Grandpa. I love you, Grandpa.
Wow. Wọ́n ní ìdùnnú ní ló ń jẹ àgbàlagbà. Ọlọ́run ò ní pa àwọn ìdùnnú yìí fún yín o. Wọ́n ó bá yín dalẹ̀ o. Tẹ́ ẹ bá dàgbà tẹ́ ẹ dògbò, wọ́n ò wá fọwọ́ gẹ́gẹ́gẹ́ bọ̀ yín. Inshallah bí kudrati láì. There's a video tribute to be played. I hope we can find a way of ensuring that it's not too long. Can we shoot that? All right.
Number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions.
I'm Victor Makondrola, the President, Medical and Dental Consultants Association of Nigeria. It's my pleasure to congratulate Professor Rasheed Bakare on his 70th birthday and also marking the retirement from the University of Ibadan. It's been a pleasure knowing you. It's been a blessing knowing you, and your image loomed over the campus for several decades. Academically and also politically, and we want to appreciate all your contributions to MDCAN in UCH and MDCAN as a national body. Your commitment to the ideals of the association have been really, really remarkable and something worthy of an emulation by younger colleagues. I pray that as you go into retirement, your strength will continue to grow, and you will continue to be relevant even in the society, and you will continue even to contribute more to the development of humanity. Congratulations, Professor Bakare. God bless you.
Professor Rasheed Ajani Bakare, the Ojogbon of Clinical Microbiology in Ibadan. I wish you a happy 70th birthday and an active but peaceful retirement. Your retirement is slowly bringing to an end the era of those trained by the founding fathers of clinical microbiology in Nigeria. As you step into your future, I wish you good health and good cheer. Keep on dreaming, keep on growing, and may you continue to remain relevant and appreciated. Once again, happy birthday and enjoy your retirement.
I am good day everyone. I am Professor Adere Kennedy. I'm the head of Department of Medical Microbiology and Parasitology, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, and also University College Hospital, Ibadan, Nigeria. I'm using this opportunity to congratulate Professor Bakare on his retirement. I met him in 1993 in the department as a resident doctor, and since then he has been doing a wonderful job in our department to uplift the department, and he has contributed significantly to the upbringing of everybody in the department. I wish him a beautiful and a nice retirement in good health and in prosperity. Amen. Thank you.
Good day, I'm Dr. Temitayo Uluwale, a clinical microbiologist at the Babcock University Teaching Hospital. I met Professor Bakare during my residency training at the University College Hospital, Ibadan. Professor Bakare has had a huge impact in my life. Essentially, I am who I am today because of Professor Bakare, for which I'm always grateful. Thank you, sir, for being a good teacher, mentor, and father. I know you're retiring today, but not tired as you continue to make impact in the field of medical microbiology. I wish you a peaceful retirement in good health and prosperity. I celebrate you today and always.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Samuel Adetono Fayemiwo, a reader in the Department of Medical Microbiology and Parasitology, University of Ibadan. I'm also an honorary consultant clinical microbiologist at the same department at University College Hospital, Ibadan. And currently, I'm the acting director at the Infectious Disease Institute, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. I met Professor Rasheed Ajani Bakare as an applicant into the residency program in 1997, and ever since then, it has never remained the same. He admitted me to the residency program and guided me until I passed all my examinations. He also guided my employment as a clinical lecturer in the same department in the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. He appointed me as a sub-investigator for a survey program, which was microbial clinical trial between 2004 and 2007. Professor Bakare empowered my capacity as a clinical microbiologist. And no wonder, one of the greatest icons of this university called me one day and said, Professor Bakare has successfully cloned himself into you, especially in our area of specialty. Professor Rasheed Bakare has been an exemplary father of modern microbiology. He is a mentor, he's a trainer, and he's a confidant. And I want to use this opportunity to thank you, sir, for all the inspirations that paved the way for me in my career. I also want to thank you for always being a guiding light in my life, in my everyday work, and my entire career. Your mentorship means so much to me, and I appreciate your time and dedication to empowering others. They are too numerous to mention across the 6 geopolitical zones of this country. However, today is not the day for stories. Today is your day to shine. I want to wish you a happy birthday and also happy retirement life. And I hope all your wishes come true. And I pray for you as you retire today, the Lord will continue to increase you from strength to strength in the mighty name of Jesus. The Lord will continue to comfort you on all sides in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you so much, sir, for all you did for us, and congratulations.
Hi, I'm Bola Olayinka, a professor of medical microbiology, popularly called Momizaria by Professor Rasheed Bakare. Prof, you've been a good father, a mentor, a teacher, someone easy to talk to, someone who comes down to our level, someone who has demonstrated a profound love for the profession of medical microbiology and one of the fathers of the profession. As you retire, I wish you so much more. I know you have plans of what to do post-retirement, and I'm sure you'll succeed in them. We love you, Prof, and I wish you all the best.
Good day. I am Dr. Bamidele Mutiu, a consultant medical microbiologist with Lagos State University Teaching Hospital and the director of Lagos State Biobank. I'm also a senior lecturer with Lagos State University College of Medicine. I came across Professor Bakare from 1992 when I was a medical student, and from there he has inspired me to be a clinical microbiologist. He is my mentor, a trainer, a role model, a person you can always go to for advice. He will always go out of his way to assist you in climbing the ladder of success. My prayer for you is that you go stronger in health, in wealth. You will never go down. Congratulations, Professor Bakare.
Hello, everyone. I am Comfort Akujobi, a professor of clinical microbiology, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Nnewi Campus, Anambra State. We are grateful to God for giving us a mentor like Professor Rasheed Bakare, and for giving him the strength to train the numerous medical and postgraduate medical doctors today. Baba, we love you. We are grateful for all your efforts. We pray that God will continue to be with you and grant you long life to reap the fruits of your hard labor. We love you, Baba. Happy retirement.
Thank you very much. There are many more tributes, but we are not, again, like I said, we're not going to make you feel bored or sit through a long thing. So we're going to play more of the tributes, but we're going to do it simultaneously with some of the other things that we'll be doing. The next thing is the cutting of the birthday cake, to be directed by our historical provost, Professor Olayinka Omigbodo. The cutting of the birthday celebration cake to be directed by the provost. Sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to also invite the family, immediate family, to join him. Deputy Provost, Mr. Oh, yeah, dance now. You.
When I land on this so far, so good, only bad, let me see, oh, lo, me, oh, lo,
greater season of more duty and responsibility. So, Daddy and Mommy will stand, yes. The children the grandchildren in front. Are you going to put fire there? Remove the fire in front. This is such a beautiful, beautiful. Come and stay near Grandpa in front here. Look at Grandpa's cake. Gold and white. Gold and white. Gold for, you know, the metal gold never, 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 never fades. That is gold in all our hearts. He has done so much, and we're so grateful to him. And of course, white. The whites talk about purity. Somebody who wants the environment to be beautiful and awesome and glorious. And so we're so grateful. So we're going to use the word champion. We're going to spell champion. He's a champion today. He's a champion. So when we finish spelling when we say champion, he will cut the cake. So somebody give me a C. Give me an H. Give me an A. Give me a great M. Give me a P. Give me an I. Give me an O. Give me an N. Who is that? Champion! 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 And then he will be enrolled into the living legends. Thank you.
Please be seated. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are here this afternoon on behalf of the management of the College of Medicine to express our deep gratitude to our dear young man who just clocked 70 today and retiring from the service of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. But we all agree that he's not tired, and he has just proved that to us this afternoon with his very great Buga dance steps. I know we're going to have a lot of that later on. So on behalf of the provost and the entire management of the College of Medicine, she was talking the other time describing your cake, gold and white. And it just occurred to me that we should actually present you gold. But we do not have gold, neither do we have diamond to give you. But we appreciate all that you have done for the College of Medicine, and from the deepest part of our hearts, we present this token to you. Hearty congratulations, Professor Rasheed Ajani Bakare, on your 70th birthday and formal retirement from the service of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. We are profoundly grateful. Okay. We are profoundly grateful to you and wish you abundant happiness in this new season of your life. Olayinka Omigbodun, Provost, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, Professor of Psychiatry. Thank you very much. And the Provost is going to go ahead to decorate you into the Living Legends group. Today, you become a living legend. And we pray that you will be a member of this very revered group for many years to come. Congratulations, sir.
We thank the provost. We thank the college for this great honor. Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you very much, DP. Thank you very much, Acting College Secretary. Now, we're running up, so please give us just a few minutes before we get to the more important things, okay? Presentation of gifts to the celebrants. We'll start with the Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences. They have a gift to present. We have done the talking, so there will be no more long speeches. In fact, no more speeches. It's Eshe. That's where we're going now. So presentation of gifts. I think Baba should probably come. Okay. Where are we doing it? Okay.
From the Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, sir. We appreciate your immense contributions to the faculty, and we wish you abundant happiness and more grace in retirement. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much, Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences. That's the way to do it, short, straight to the point. Now, Department of Medical Microbiology and Parasitology. Presentation of gift. Medical Microbiology and Parasitology. Where are they? Okay. Tani o baba aforiru ele wa sori oke ba se ki baba ma bo nbe. Fire. O to ko foriru kini wa soke now.
Thank you, DMC. On behalf of the department, on behalf of the staff and students of the Department of Medical Microbiology and Parasitology, we are presenting this, our little gift, to our Baba, great teacher and a great mentor. So we appreciate you, sir. Can you help us receive this little thing, this little gift on our behalf? We know that what we have contributed in the department is enormous and it's more than this. But accept us as we are. Thank you very much, sir, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. More when you know the parks there. And then, of course, we have presentation of gifts by mentees. We have Dr. Bamidele Mutiu and Dr. Adeola Fawotade. Dr. Mutiu. Dr. Mutiu.
On behalf of all the mentees of Professor R.A. Bakare, within and outside Nigeria, Prof, we really want to appreciate you. Prof, you have really been a mentor to us, a role model, and so this is just a token. It's just a seed money for the genitourinary fund center that you are starting, and we can assure you that you will always have our support for that center. So we wish you greater success in life. Thank you very much, sir.
Wow. This is put together by Baba's mentee. I hope Baba will remember me and give me 10%. All right, so if you have gifts, if you are in the audience and you have gifts, please come and do it here. Please, you're going to tell me your name. I'm going to mention it, and then you're going to give it to me. We're going to Baba here. Which club? Okay. There's this popular club that Baba used to tell us about, Wednesday Club. Who is saying ha? All right, so the president is here, and they have a very important gift for Baba. Wow.
On behalf of Wednesday Social Club of Nigeria, my trustee, all the members here, we say congratulations to you. The Lord will continue to bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gift for Baba. What's the name? Mrs. Ewete, Baba. Miss Ewete. Ewete. Not there. Mr. Busayo Oladejo. Mr. Said Oladele. Okay. Maybe I do. So if you have other things to give Baba, we'll take it as we are continuing with the program. The next thing on the agenda is to finally hear from the celebrant. Luckily, the person we are celebrating today is not an Olundu. He can speak. And today, he's going to speak to us. We're going to hear from him. It's my great pleasure to invite our celebrant, Baba Professor R.A. Bakare, to respond to all that we've been doing since morning. You're welcome, sir. Living legend.
The chairman of this occasion, my leader, my teacher, my mentor. If I call him my father, it's not out of the way. My great advisor. We belong to the same committee at the Federal Ministry of Health. That's the ministerial advisor on COVID-19 to the minister, and is our leader. Even though I also share a subcommittee, the laboratory and testing laboratory of that committee. Baba, I thank you very much. You will live long. The Vice Chancellor, sir, ably represented by Professor Bakare, the Dean of Sciences. My Provost, College of Medicine. This morning I prophesied when we were in our office, because she is the first female provost of this college. And I prophesied this morning that very soon she will be the first female vice chancellor of the university. And so shall it be. The deputy vice chancellor, the deputy provost, who's my brother, Professor Ajani. The chief medical director, represented by my brother, Dr. Mashood Adeoye. It should interest you that yesterday, the CMD came to my house for the prayers and the birthday celebration. I was very happy when I saw him. And I asked the imam to pray for him. All the prayers said shall come to pass by his grace. My dean of faculty of Basic Medical Sciences. I remember when she was campaigning for that position. She came to my office, as usual. People come to my office when they are seeking for position. It's not me, it's God. Then and then I told her, you are the dean, and it came to pass. Glory be to Almighty God. Don't let me forget my guest speaker, who is my friend, although he doesn't like me calling him my friend. But he's my friend. We've been together for so many years now, working for the Federal Ministry of Health as members of the Technical Working Group on STI in Nigeria. I share that committee. You are a great man. When they were about to set up this Technical Working Group, it was the one they knew in Federal Ministry of Health. He had been working with them. I was busy, stabilizing my department here. He has been working with the Federal Ministry of Health. So, ordinarily, he was the one that wanted to choose as the chairman. Dr. Obunge was the director of hospital services then. I was just in charge of STI. He mentioned his name as the chairman, but he rejected it. He said, I cannot share this group where we have my boss here. So they were confused. Who is the boss? He mentioned my name. And then they mentioned my name as the chairman of that committee. I also objected because there was a CMD there, Professor Latinwo of Ilorin. I said, Madam, there is a CMD here. You have to appoint him as the chairman. Latinwo said, Baba, that's not possible. You are here. So I became the chairman. Thank you for that honor. God will continue to honor you. And let me also greet your wife. Coming from Port Harcourt is not easy at all. So I commend you. I have some elders here. Professor Ruto Mitayo, somebody that I respect too much. He has been my mentor outside the College of Medicine here. And I have all my mates here. I'm so glad when I saw them. All my mates, 6872, you are here. Club 74, you are here. Unfortunately, the president has left, but honestly, I appreciate all of you for coming. You came from Lagos, from every part of the country. God will bless you abundantly. Well, what should I say to Almighty God? What should I say? All I need to say is to thank God. Yesterday was my birthday. I was born on the 5th February, not today. And I'm very happy to be 70. Even people have told me that you are not 70. Oh. I am 70 years old. That I'm still alive today is the grace of God. So I thank God. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Well, I need to appreciate my children that organized that event, despite the fact that I protested against it for obvious reasons, but you cannot understand. But who am I when the balogun of the family told me that, Daddy, calm down. Calm down. Nothing will happen to you. We shall be available to celebrate your 80, your 90, and beyond. I thank God and I thank all of you, all my children, for organizing that party for me. The road I have traveled hasn't been easy. It's not easy at all. I'm still alive. The only reason I'm still here today is because God was walking the road with me. Every step of the way. Alhamdulillah. I have endured. I've been broken. I have known hardship. But here I stand. Still moving forward. I will never forget the harsh lessons in my life. I have survived because every day is a fresh start. As I'm standing before you, I'm like a wounded general who has just returned from the battlefield. And that's the truth. It was a long battle. But I'm grateful to stay alive to tell this story. The battle that started in 1991 is partially ending today. To God be the glory. When I look at the tribute presented by Abike, she said, I'm the old rugged bridge that spans several generations, linking the old with the new generation of clinical microbiologists. I think she's correct. There was a Department of Medical Microbiology in the College of Medicine, where we had Professor Montefiore, Professor Oluoshoba, Professor Ogumba, Dr. Imohensen, Dr. Ashiru, Dr. F.A.B. Adeyemidoro, my boss. I think he's here. Can you please stand up for recognition? My boss, F.A.B. Adeyemidoro, has left. This is the man that actually trained us. He trained me clinical microbiology, which I stepped down later for the new generation. I thank you very much, sir. I shouldn't forget Dr. Ogumba Njo, who was then the chief resident in that department when I joined in 1983. I was the most junior resident doctor, the most junior doctor, the most junior resident, the most junior doctor in that department in 1983. Before I was appointed in 1991 as lecturer 1, all of them have left the department for green pasture. They have all gone. Professor went to Saudi Arabia. Adeyemidoro went to the Asian country. Rotowa went to UK. So I was left alone. The last person that left was Dr. Ekwezo. When Ekwezo was packing his book from our office, I went to my room and wept. I wept because I didn't have anywhere to go. But I just considered the resident doctor in my department, from late Professor Oni down. So many of them. Our permanent resident doctors, doctors from other teaching hospitals, they were with us. And I was alone to train all of them. It got to a point that a college came and withdrew accreditation for our department. They withdrew the accreditation because they said, how can you be the only one? I'm also you are a junior lecturer to train all these resident doctors. The rest is history. I thank Almighty God. When I was alone, I was the one teaching all the lectures in bacteriology, in mycology, in bacteriology, to medical students, and even to resident doctors. I did something that was abnormal. I was using my senior registrar, Dr. Oni, to give some of my lectures. It was illegal. College should not know that because I was overwhelmed. So many lectures. During practicals, I was alone. During exam, after they have marked the physiology side of the practical exams, I will be left alone to mark all the practicals on bacteriology, on mycology, on parasitology. I was alone. Well, I was a bit relieved when Oni joined as a lecturer, and later Abiola Okishola joined. So we became 3 lecturers in that department. I was relieved. That was when I started writing papers for promotion to senior lecturer level. That was the time I sat down and wrote papers. But I have trained generation of residents within and outside University College Hospital. I was in AKTH, Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital, for 3 years as visiting consultant. I didn't leave UCH. So many residents were, and have been sent to UCH for training because of my success story. And they are still coming. I hope they will still come when I leave. It has always been my mission to train first-class clinical microbiologists who can compare favorably with their peers all over the world. And my vision is to train those who will be better than me. And that's what I did. I trained those who are better than me. And that is attribute of a good leader. It gladdened my heart that many of those trained here are doing very well. They are doing very well. Manga came from Gombe. He's presently the HOD of microbiology. Sorry, he's the provost now. The provost of the medical college. Manga, can you stand up for recognition? He came down from Gombe for this ceremony. God will honor you. The chain of my mentees is not just long, but consists of the finest breeds locally and abroad. To God be the glory. As a system builder, I'm leaving behind a solid and balanced department. I try my best to create functional units, and that attracts many lecturers, many positions. Before, what we can have in a department is just 7 lecturers. But when I created units, you can have more than 12 lecturers, because all those units must have lecturers. Presently, we have bacteriology unit, we have medical parasitology unit, we have medical mycology unit. Of course, I can't forget my own venereology unit, mycobacteriology, and the last created was clinical virology unit. That was the last. Of all those units, clinical virology gave me serious headache and wahala because I needed to step on powerful toes. But we survived it. I need to appreciate Professor Abiodun Ilesomi. I think he has left. Who gave approval for the position of hospital consultant, clinical virology. Abiodun Ilesomi and I went for a conference, and even though we had money to get separate rooms, my CMD said we should stay together in a room to save the cost, because we paid for the rooms in dollars. And there I was able to work on him to give me position of the hospital consultant, clinical virology. He gave me 2. And 2 fellows of National Postgraduate Medical College were interviewed by the board led by Dr. Kuku. But only Abike Fortade accepted the offer. The other one deferred till today. How Abike got appointed as a lecturer in the College of Medicine is a long story. But I must commend Professor Obunge, who was then the deputy provost for our intervention. It's a long story. I won't bother to tell you the story. I was determined and focused to build an empire and leave a legacy. To God be the glory. On the hospital side, I was appointed the clinical head of department over all the staff in the department, which include all the consultants, the medical lab scientists, the administrative staff, the laboratory technicians, and attendants, including infection control nursing officer. One of them is sitting down here. Mr. Wete, stand up for recognition. Wete retired as an infection control nursing officer to the hospital. God will continue to bless you, man. But then I was just a lecturer 1, and I was exposed to an administrative job as a young lecturer. I was fair to all concerned. Go and verify. I was fair to all concerned. I was later appointed as the deputy CMAC laboratories, in charge of all the laboratories in the hospital. Professor Abiodun Ilesomi again gave me free hand to operate, but I did not disappoint him. I did not steal, and I didn't allow anybody to steal. The IGR of the laboratories in UCH was moved from 3 million per month to 30 million per month when I was in charge. How we did it is not for discussion here, but we did it. To God be the glory. This shows that if properly managed, there is plenty of money in the laboratories and other diagnostics departments, if properly managed. I mean different things to different people. I'm not unaware of what people have been saying about me. I know everything. But I will not bother myself to discuss that here. But I forgive you because you find it difficult to appreciate the ways God do things. I serve God. I will continue to serve God. For those who think I have offended them, I don't have any apology at all to offer. Because all what I did was done in good faith with the fear of God. Mr. Chairman, sir, permit me to appreciate some people here who contributed to what I am today. The first is a professor of rheumatology who recently retired but not tired. We came from a place where value of education was almost zero. Almost all the boys there were busy with what do you call this, adire making. When I schooled in Abeokuta, he was in Lagos with a better advantage over me. Whenever he came on holiday, we stayed together because we had things in common. Honestly, I admire this man. Very cool-headed, very hardworking, always reading. And I decided to emulate him. And that is what I am today. He actually taught me science subjects. I thank you so much, Professor Muiz Alani Josimi. Is he here? The second person was a commissioner in the old western states. She led her family, Odulate of the famous Alabukun, to my school in 1974 to award a scholarship to the best science student. After a marathon meeting with the principal and other teacher in the school, I was selected for the scholarship. And a check that covered all the money spent from class 1 to HSC2 in pound sterling was given to me. And that woman, she promised to be here. I don't know whether she came. Chief Mrs. Folake Solanke, the first female son. Mama will be 91 next month. She'll be 91 next month. I remember when I met her husband at the corridor of the construction lounge, it took me several attempts to tell this man the story. Later, I called Professor Lanke. I said, Prof, I want to tell you something. Lecturer 1 to Professor. He said, well, tell me, what is it? And I told him the story, how the woman came to our school, about the grammar school, and gave me scholarship. The man shouted. My wife will be so happy today to hear this story. She has been wondering what has happened to that fellow she gave the scholarship to. And he gave me an appointment to come to go to their house. When I got there, they set up chairs and tables. There was a program, opening ceremony, opening prayer, speech by this, speech by that. At the end of the day, menu, closing prayer. I went there casually to go and eat rice and chicken. But what I got there was different from what well, unfortunately, Mama is not here. But God will continue to bless her. Another one is Professor Bartley Chalako. When I went out for the first time, I never left Ibadan to teach anywhere. I never. But I needed to go to Lagos because I had accumulated leave. So it was Dr. Mutiu that encouraged me to go to Lasukom. They are all here, my friends in Lasukom. Salako housed me and fed me for the 3 years. The funniest thing is that Salako put me in DG house, Director General's house, while he stayed in the guest house. So I appreciate that. I can't take that for granted. So I want to thank him very much for that. I did not spend a quarter part of my salary. So I was able to use that money for something else. Well, I've mentioned Dr. Mutiu. May God Almighty continue to bless him abundantly. To all other mentees, you have made my day. You have made my day. Being a missionary, I nearly wept when I saw your dummy check, which will be translated to real money tomorrow. So I thank you very much for that donation. Though I'm retiring from University of Ibadan, I'm not tired. In the last 2 weeks, I was in Abuja for the review of national guidelines for management of STI in Nigeria and the accreditation of the Federal Medical Center, KEFI. I came back only on the 3rd of February, just 2 days ago. So I'm still strong. And I will continue to contribute to the growth of my calling, the clinical microbiology, especially venereology. Well, before I close, I want all my mates from grammar school to be upstanding. All my mates, I know many of you have left. I'm very proud of you. Even though I've not been very active, let me make a promise today. I will change and become an active member from today. Vote for 6872 and Club 74. And that is a promise. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, sir. Special guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy with you. I thank you very much.
Otalenu, Okunikun. We'd like to thank our celebrant. We are gradually rounding up. The next on the item is vote of thanks by Dr. Adetona Fayemiwo. There will be photographs immediately after the program. So if you want to be in our commemorative photographs, please give us some little time, stay behind for a little time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the MC. And I want to ask for permission from Mr. Chairman, Professor Tomori, to call out the members of the local organizing committee before the vote of thanks. We have been working hard in the last 6 months, and people need to see them. So quickly, I'll call all the members of the local organizing committee of the Department of Medical Microbiology to come out. I'll call on the Vice Chairman, Dr. Adeola Fawotade, Mr. Odekomi, the Acting Director, MLS, Mr. Benro Adeyemo, Dr. Bamidele, Mrs. Adebimpe Gbaja, the Infection Control Officer of UCH, Mrs. Rahman, Mrs. Adeyemo. Yes, they should come. Don't worry. And Mr. Wale Isamotu. Please, these are the members of the local organizing committee. Others are busy trying to distribute the food. Please, I want you to give them a round of applause, please. So you can go. the chairman, Professor Tomori, the Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, the Provost, College of Medicine, Professor Omigbodun, the Chief Medical Director, Professor Abiodun Otegbayo, the Dean of my faculty, Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Yeronke Odiola, my HOD, Professor Aderemi Kainde, and my, sorry for breaking the protocol, my Deputy Provost. Welcome, sir. I want to thank all of you for the wonderful time we have all spent here together over the past 3 hours, which has been so enriching and enjoyable. And it's our duty to express our gratitude and say thanks to all those people who have, who have made this possible. I, Dr. Adeton Ofayemiwo, on behalf of the Department of Medical Microbiology and Parasitology, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, I want to thank every one of you. I want to thank the management, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, ably led by the Provost, Professor Olayinka Omigbodun. Thank you very much, ma'am. I want also to thank the management of Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, ably led by Professor Oyeronke Odunola. Thank you very much, ma'am, for coming. The management of UCH, ably led by the CMD, Professor Otegbayo, who was represented by the CMAC. We want to thank you. Then I want to thank you specially the chairman of this occasion, Professor Oyewale Tomori. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much for your stories. We enjoyed it. And I also want to use this opportunity to thank our guest speaker, Professor Orikomaba Obunge, and his amiable wife, and his pretty wife, Jesse Obunge. Thank you very much for coming all the way from Port Harcourt. I also want to use this opportunity. I cannot but mention few names. Please pardon me. I must mention some of these names. I know some of them have left, but I want to especially thank Professor I.F. Adewale for taking their time to be here. Professor Babatunde Salako, Director General NAIMA. Professor Temitope Alonge. Professor Abiodun Ilesami. Professor Olusegun Ademowo. Professor Shokumbi. Thank you very much, ma, for coming. Professor B.O. Olaleye, former Dean. Professor and Mrs. Malik. I also want to use this opportunity to thank the Professor Bakare's affiliate associations, numerous to mention. All professors here present, all heads of departments, people from Abeokuta Grammar School, Major, I also want to thank you, Major General Fire Niwo, staff and students of Department of Medical Microbiology Department, all mentees, gentlemen of the press. Thank you all. And for those that have traveled far and near, I wish you safe journey back to your destination. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Finally, I thank Dr. Fayemiwo himself.
Happy birthday to you.
Professor S.S. Taiwo, Professor Pastor S.S. Taiwo, are you here? To give us closing prayer. Yeah, okay.
Shall we pray? Our Father and God, we exalt your name. We thank you for a wonderful day. We thank you for your children. We thank you for everything. That they be glorified in Jesus' name. Even as we go, we ask, oh Lord, that you strengthen us. You preserve us. In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
Thank you very much. Thanks everybody for coming. It's been a wonderful day. We've had a nice time. Professor Bakare thanks you and pray that all of you will witness more joy, joyful things in your life. Thank you for coming. Olo,
Professor Bakare, oníṣojú ẹ, ẹlẹ́gàn ló ṣòro. Ajani Bakare, ìwọ ṣoríire lónìí o. Ìwọ ṣoríire lónìí o. Professor ló ń jó lọ́wọ́. Professor, ìwọ ṣoríire lónìí o. Ìwọ ṣoríire lónìí o. Nítorí Professor ló sọ pé kí n máa. Wọ́n sanwó Professor máa gbọ́ mi bí mo ṣe wí. Professor ló sọ pé kí n máa sọ wípé ó yá wá gbọ́ wípé. Professor ọlọ́láyé mo bá ròde ẹnìkan mi lára. Professor máa gbọ́ mi bí mo ṣe wù. Tó wáyálẹ̀ fún oníṣojú ẹnu ó yá wá gbọ́ nítorí Professor. Professor ẹ wá máa gbọ́ mi bí mo ènìyàn láṣọ tèmi. Professor Bakare. Ọlọ́láyé mo bá ròde. Professor Obunge mo kíyẹkíyẹ. Ọmọ Bakare ọlọ́láyé tẹnumọ́ òun tẹnumọ́ òun tẹnumọ́ yóò òun tẹnumọ́ ènìyàn lọ́sọ̀. Bákàrè náà dà Bákàrè náà dé o. Bákàrè máa gbọ́ mi bí mo ṣe wí ọlọ́láyé mo bá lòdì. Bákàrè ìwọ sórí ìlú lòdì o. Ìwọ sórí ìlú lòdì o. Ó yá wá gbọ́ nítorí Bákàrè ìwọ lẹ́ni táyé sí. Wípé kò lè dákọ̀ lóṣù. Ẹ jẹ́ kí Bákàrè súnmọ́. Bàbá ìwọ orí àánú rẹ̀ gbà. Olùrọ̀rùn ó bá ò ṣe. Ìwọ lẹ́ni táyé sí o. Wípé kò lè dákọ̀ lóṣù. Bàbá súnmọ́ mi ní tòsí. Ìwọ orí àánú rẹ̀ gbà.